I'm extra tiny. Heck? Hold on, let me expand myself a little bit. Whoa! Okay, there we are. Yeah, that's probably fine. Alright, we got 2 windows to open up. First one is Limbus itself, of course. Alright, let's see. Well, that won't do. I can crop. Actually, how do I want to do this? Yeah, how's this going to look? A bit small. Okay. This will kind of work. It's gonna be like a meter down here, okay? You're gonna hear me say it out loud. Woof. Okay. It wouldn't be one of my streams if it wasn't scuffed. suppose I might just ditch this overlay and just get to it, huh? Also the bed. Hi! Hi, Shadow Plushie. How you doing? We're just gonna have this here at the bottom. It's not gonna be visually pleasant. I don't think it's even gonna scroll the whole way, but there it is. And plus, I cannot feel pain, thus you can throw me, that's fine. I've heard that excuse before. Alright, we're gonna do our dailies first. Huh? Oh! I didn't read the patch notes, forehead. Who does? Me not reading anything when I fought Ricardo? I wish it could be. Are we serious right now? There's no support Don Quixotes. There's no support creatures. Alright, well, while we wait for the Don Quixotes to appear, we'll read the first paragraph of the Metamorphosis. Please ignore whatever sound that was. I'm reading this off of the Internet Archive via Project Gutenberg, so... One morning, when Gregor Samsa woke from troubled dreams, he found himself transformed in his bed into a horrible vermin. He lay on his armor-like back, and if he lifted his head a little, he could see his brown belly, slightly domed and divided by arches into stiff sections. The bedding was hardly able to cover it, and seemed ready to slide off at any moment. His many legs, pitifully thin compared to the size of the rest of him, waved about helplessly as he looked. I don't know, man, that sounds like a cockroach to me. OMG, Roach King, hi! Wait, this is the book? It sure is. I'm reading the book while I'm playing Limbus Company. Do you like it? Do you like the idea? Is it novel? Whoops. I didn't realize. It's the title of the stream. I'm a good reader. Like hell I am. Okay. Let's check again if the Don Quixote is available. There we go. La criatura.
마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
You have more brain cells than me, bro. I'm just a cotton plush. Not exactly high bar then, is it?
받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지. 엄마와 같은 색으로 갈아 끼워진.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
How are we doing tonight, everyone?
전탄격발.
How was my time with Gregor? Wonderful. He is my favorite roach man. I was out amongst homeless people today. It's rough out there.
빠르게 처리하지.
차라리 아무것도 남지 마라.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
Yeah, I was on my way to a Target earlier. And there were a couple of guys who were drugged up. And they smelled terrible. Like it was a combination of excrement and the stench of rot as I was walking away from them through the parking lot. It was ridiculous in how much it lingered.
역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들은.
Ghetto alert. It's not even that ghetto. This is kind of a nice part of town. It's just, you know, sometimes there's fucking homeless people places.
예측할 수 없게.
다 법을 이제야 좀 이해했군. 이제 수에선 벗어났나?
Wesson, can you turn me into a plush? Like physically, I'd prefer not to. I guess I'm not entirely weirded out by the concept of selling myself as a marketable plushie. God knows I need the money right now.
이런 제압은 회사에겐 효율적일지는 몰라도 직원들의 희생이 항상 뒤따르는
지킬 게
거지.
많거든.
그 희생을 값싼 대가로 여기는 게 아니라면 항상 제압에 너무 집착하지는 마. 이곳의 목적이 그런 게 아니라는 건 관리자님도 알고 있다.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
The marketabiliator, and it's just like
제압 계획에
a baler.
적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데.
이것밖에 못하나. 이것밖에 못하나.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
받아볼 텐가.
펜.
빈틈투성이군. 빈틈투성.
지키기. 너도 누군가에게 맡겨졌겠지만 나도 지킬 게 많거든.
I don't mind the idea. I think it'd be a very comfortable existence. Being stuffed with cotton
총알값 아까울 놈이나.
aura.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가
Have you ever
모르는
just been
것들이
forced to
많아.
read to beat some bosses? That's
이렇게
Ricardo
하나씩
returns
알아가다
Rufo.
보면 언젠가
Rufo is
반드시
like
찾을 수 있겠지.
fine.
세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Maybe I've just gotten better at the game, and I highly doubt that.
벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군. 방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나. 돌아가지.
Does this mean I only have to do this once a day? Because if so, we are so fucking back. But anyway, before we do that, next paragraph. What's happened to me? He thought. It wasn't a dream. His room, a proper human room, although a little too small, lay peacefully between its four familiar walls. A collection of textile samples lay spread out on the table. Samsa was a traveling salesman, and above it hung a picture that he had recently cut out of an illustrated magazine and housed in a nice gilded frame. It showed a lady fitted out with a fur hat and a fur boa who sat upright, raising a heavy fur muff that covered the whole of her lower arm toward the viewer. Sorry about that loud slamming noise. That's me placing my microphone down because I don't have a mic stand. Did you know that you can help me acquire a new microphone as well as a mic stand by contributing to a group donation on Throne/Wild Wesson? I can't believe we're doing that already. Okay. Daily time. I shall roll away for now. I shall return for next stream if I can. Also, I'm broke. I can't pay you. Look, I said you can, not that you must. All right? Let's get that clear.
명 받았습니다.
Well, thanks for stopping by. You take care, okay?
원치 않게 받은 선물도 도움이 될 때가 있지. 엄마와 같은 색으로 갈아 끼웠지. 내 의안처럼.
받아볼 테니까. 하나.
Those quit, man. Ah! That does remind me, though.
필연적. 절대적.
단테님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터. 멈춰.
아무 반응이 없는 것 같은데. 선배가 있었다면 물어봤을
Oh, right, you have body parts.
일단 잘 모르겠으니까 좀 더 힘줘서 해볼까?
빠르게 처리하지.
Kind of your thing, right? You're an abnormality.
전탄격발.
지키기 위해서.
약점을 공략해서 제압하는 건 다들 능숙하네.
Which I can't reach the door, so I'll wait until I despawn. For now, I shall watch you. Alright.
관리자님은 그래도 어디에 묵은 것처럼 직원들을 사지로 내는
실용에게 불확실한 것은 없네. 예측할 수 없게.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데.
I'm probably going to do a bleed run of Mirror Dungeon tonight as I read.
자세가 무너졌니?
I can't find anyone else that's more entertaining than me, seeing the #1 entertaining shooter in my book. How very Twitch chat. Thank you very much for telling me.
지루하군. 하지만 이런 시시한 전투에도 긴장감을 불어넣어줄 비장의 예술이 하나 있지. 박수갈치는 언제 보낼 생각이지?
어디까지 가고 있을지.
Yeah, I'm not doing the Hanafuda gimmick. I don't care.
다음.
자세가 무너졌니?
차라리. 어때? 사람을 단축하니 보기 좋아지지 않았나?
Oh, we just start over. Okay. Wait a second. Oh, there's the arrows. Yeah. I was like, did they introduce the auto battle feature immediately? Oh wait, shit! It means we can actually keep doing this fights with our accumulated ego stuff. Oh! Oh my god, that means Brilliant Glory's back on the menu.
빠르게 처리하지.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
운명의 기운이
속삭.
공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네.
This is so good for me. It's not quite full auto repeat, but hey, that's good.
여섯째.
아프잖아.
자, 봤지? 난 믿어주면 배신하지 않아.
예측할 수 없게.
Getting pinged on Discord.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
번째 완료.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
I told my friends I'd be reading the Metamorphosis tonight, and they went, the Dojin? God damn. Alright. Good luck, Wyatt. What do you think of the Metamorphosis so far? I've only read the first 2 paragraphs.
난도질다.
I'm going to Furioso this fucking butterfly.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
This is such an improvement over the previous way to do dailies. Alright, after this we're going to read 3 paragraphs. We're going to read 1 paragraph for every fight we do in tonight's Mirror Dungeon run, as well as our dailies.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
개체를 구성하고 있는 불 중 하나가 파괴되었습니다. 이 틈을 파고들어도 좋을 것 같군요.
This butterfly's just fucking dead, I think.
격정의 마음을 모아.
Perish! Jesus. Well, didn't outright fucking die, but goddamn, bruh.
그중 제일
훌륭한 지역 성과를 낸 직원이 있고
딸아이도 이 상처를 기억하고
효율적인
있으면
결과를 위해서
지금처럼
이쯤에서
엄마와 함께
관리자님이
이곳저곳을
칭찬의 말을
다니며
건네줘도 좋을 것 같네요.
많은 기억을 쌓아줘.
물론 진심까지 담길
언젠가.
필요는
Alright, here we go,
없습니다.
here we go.
그 중에서 가장 멋진
Now
곳에
the real run
나를
begins.
데려갈 수 있게.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가. 하지만 아직 기약은 없구려. 그렇다면 여전히 난 구태여.
Alright, Bleed Team, where are you? There you are. I want to do one more. No, I don't. It's fine. Level 57 Hongols, what's the worst that can happen? It's fine. What's the worst that could happen? Alright, but first, let's do some reading. Gregor then turned to look out the window at the dull weather. Drops of rain could be heard hitting the pane, which made him feel quite sad. How about if I sleep a little bit longer and forget all this nonsense? He thought. But that was something he was unable to do, because he was used to sleeping on his right, and in his present state couldn't get into that position. However hard he threw himself onto his right, he always rolled back to where he was. He must have tried it 100 times, shut his eyes so that he wouldn't have to look at the floundering legs, and only stopped when he began to feel a mild, dull pain there that he had never felt before. Oh God, he thought. What a strenuous career it is that I've chosen. Traveling day in and day out. Doing business like this takes much more effort than doing your own business at home. And on top of that, there's the curse of traveling. Worries about making train connections, bad and irregular food, contact with different people all the time so that you can never get to know anyone or become friendly with them. It can all go to hell. He felt a slight itch up on his belly. Pushed himself slowly up on his back towards the headboard so that he could lift his head better, found where the itch was, and saw that it was covered with lots of little white spots which he didn't know what to make of. And when he tried to feel the place with one of his legs, he drew it quickly back because as soon as he touched it, he was overcome by a cold shudder. He slid back into his former position. Getting up early all the time, he thought. It makes you stupid. You've got to get enough sleep. Other traveling salesmen live a life of luxury. For instance, whenever I go back to the guest house during the morning to copy out the contract, these gentlemen are always still sitting there eating their breakfasts. I ought to just try that with my boss. I'd get kicked out on the spot. But who knows? Maybe that would be the best thing for me. If I didn't have my parents to think about, I'd have given in my notice a long time ago. I'd have gone up to the boss and told him just what I think, tell him everything I would, let him know just what I feel. He'd fall right off his desk. And it's a funny sort of business to be sitting up there at your desk, talking down at your subordinates from up there, especially when you have to go right up close because the boss is hard of hearing. Well, there's still some hope. Once I've got the money together to pay off my parents' debt to him, another 5 or 6 years, I suppose. That's definitely what I'll do. That's when I'll make the big change. First of all, though, I've got to get up. My train leaves at 5. Grabs expensive looking item from my room. I wonder what this is. There is nothing expensive in my room, bro. I ditched all that shit. It's fine. It's another pair of headphones. Oh no, bro. If I had another pair of headphones, I'd be using those. You should see what my current ones are like. They're, they've seen better days. And for keyword lists, let's just take these 3. My mic is broken. My headphones are held in place by various layers of duct tape. The outcast. Oh yeah, I should run this since it's going to be bleed first. What happened if you stuck yourself in your PC/laptop? You would burn alive. That's expensive? I guess it used to be, but a lot of its essential parts have been taken out. I'd be the one taking your socks, not the laundry machine. All 2 of my socks? No. That's why I've been lagging. Because I don't have socks? And he looked over at the alarm clock, ticking on the chest of drawers. God in heaven, he thought. It was 6:30, and the hands were quietly moving forwards. It was even later than 6:30, more like 6:45. Had the alarm clock not rung? He could see from the bed that it had been set for 4 o'clock as it should have been. It certainly must have rung. Yes, but was it possible to quietly sleep through that furniture-rattling noise? True, he had not slept peacefully, but probably all the more deeply because of that. What should he do now? The next train went at 7. If he were to catch that, he would have to rush like mad, and the collection of samples was still not packed. And he did not at all feel particularly fresh and lively. And even if he did catch the train, he would not avoid his boss's anger, as the office assistant would have been there to see the 5 o'clock train go. He would have put in his report about Gregor's not being there a long time ago. The office assistant was the boss's man, spineless, and with no understanding. What about if he reported sick? But that would be extremely strained and suspicious, as in 15 years of service, Gregor had not once ever yet been ill. His boss would certainly come round with a doctor from the medical insurance company, accuse his parents of having a lazy son, and accepted the doctor's recommendation not to make any claim, as the doctor believed that no one was ever ill, but that many were work shy. And what's more, would he have been entirely wrong in this case? Gregor did, in fact, apart from the excessive sleepiness after sleeping for so long, feel completely well and even felt much hungrier than usual. Ah, that's better. I can fix this. Hold on. Oh, shit, I dropped something. One-page mode, my beloved. He was still hurriedly thinking all this through, unable to decide to get out of the bed when the clock struck 7:15. There was a cautious knock at the door near his head. "Gregor!" somebody called. It was his mother. "It's 7:15. Didn't you want to go somewhere?" That gentle voice. Gregor was shocked when he heard his own voice answering. It could hardly be recognized as the voice he had before. As if from deep inside him there was a painful and uncontrollable squeaking mixed in with it. The words could be made out at first, but then there was a sort of echo which made them unclear, leaving the hearer unsure whether he had heard properly or not. Gregor had wanted to give a full answer and explain everything, but in the circumstances contented himself with saying, "Yes, mother, yes, thank you, I'm getting up now." The change in Gregor's voice probably could not be noticed outside through the wooden door, as his mother was satisfied with his explanation and shuffled away. But this short conversation made the other members of the family aware that Gregor, against their expectations, was still at home, and soon his father came knocking at one of the side doors, gently, but with his fist. "Gregor! Gregor!" he called. "What's wrong?" And after a short while, he called again with a warning deepness in his voice. "Gregor! Gregor!" At the other side door, his sister came plaintively. "Gregor, aren't you well? Do you need anything?" Gregor answered to both sides. "I'm ready now," making an effort to remove all the strangeness from his voice by enunciating very carefully and putting long pauses between each individual word. His father went back to his breakfast, but his sister whispered, "Gregor, open the door, I beg of you." Gregor, however, had no thought of opening the door, and instead congratulated himself for his cautious habit, acquired from his traveling, of locking all doors at night even when he was at home. The first thing he wanted to do was get up in peace without being disturbed, to get dressed, and most of all to have his breakfast. Only then would he consider what to do next, as he was well aware that he would not bring his thoughts to any sensible conclusions by lying in bed. He remembered that he had often felt a slight pain in bed, perhaps caused by lying awkwardly, but that had always turned out to be pure imagination, and he wondered how his imaginings would slowly resolve themselves today. He did not have the slightest doubt that the change in his voice was nothing more than the first sign of a serious cold, which was an occupational hazard for traveling salesmen. You have anything that's over $10 in there? In my cabinet? What cabinet, bro? I had to abandon all my belongings when I moved. Well, almost all my belongings. Alright. Here's rep chat. Let's do it or we're going in. This is purely a bleed comp.
마지막까지.
And also Furioso.
남, 둘, 안. 아비들도 매번 이런 식이었다. 지가 내킬 때만 잘해줬지.
감상은 어떤가요? 얼얼하지? 슬픈 눈
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 가지고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
I'm gonna say it. Gregor's giving literally me vibes. No, I'm just kidding. Gregor
빠르게 처리하지.
seems like the kind of worker who wants to quit his shitty part-time job, but like doesn't have the spine to follow through on it because of various excuses that he keeps giving. But we'll see if he actually gives a shit about his parents.
이건. 그럼 오늘 림컴버 회식 메뉴는 수박을 곁들인 용수형 과자로 결정하지.
It was a simple matter to throw off the covers. He only had to blow himself up a little, and they fell off by themselves. But it became difficult after that, especially as he was so exceptionally broad. He would have used his arms and his hands to push himself up, but instead of them, he only had all those little legs continuously moving in different directions, and which he was moreover unable to control. If he wanted to bend one of them, then that was the first one that would stretch itself out. And if he finally managed to do what he wanted with the leg, all the others seemed to be set free and would move about painfully. This is something that can't be done in bed, Gregor said to himself, so don't keep trying to do it. Ah, it's only 34 pages? Jeez.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로. 소바주. 더 야성적인 깊이로.
차포잡이라 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 대학 계획이 좀 거 아니야?
Also, I'm not certain if he's entirely aware of the fact that he's a giant whatever now. You know?
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
훌륭한 반말만 해요.
당신을 소재로 써보고 싶습니다.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
The first thing he wanted to do was get... Oh, wait, shit. Yeah. First thing he wanted to do was get the lower part of his body out of the bed. But he had never seen this lower part and could not imagine what it looked like. It turned out to be too hard to move. It went so slowly, and finally, almost in a frenzy, when he carelessly shoved himself forwards with all the force he could gather, he chose the wrong direction, hit hard against the lower bedpost, and learned from the burning pain he felt that the lower part of his body might well, at present, be the most sensitive. I almost instinctively went with this. But I forgot. Actually, no. Actually, this might still be good. Alright. So then he tried to get the top part of his body out of the bed first, carefully turning his head to the side. This he managed quite easily. And despite its breadth and its weight, the bulk of his body eventually followed slowly in the direction of his head. But when he had at last got his head out of the bed and into the fresh air, it occurred to him that if he let himself fall, it would be a miracle if his head were not injured. So he became afraid to carry on pushing himself forward the same way. And he could not knock himself out now at any price. Better to stay in bed than lose consciousness.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
It sounds like he's giving himself a bunch of excuses so far. Like, I totally get it, but also, you know?
형국 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는 칼을 휘두를 나는가.
대가리 딱 떼도
このまま行けば敵を食い止められます
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야?
한쌍의 상황볼과
적당히
24개의
시험해도
눈꼬리 자아내는
괜찮을
티비아의 멜로디가
방금 멋졌어 너희들의
다들
사랑의 힘이
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다
저
정말
어둡고 악한
강해지셨네요.
아르카라들을 비웃들었어
내일 보아하게도
이대로면 승리도
이제
시작되겠지
씨 수에선 벗어났나?
감상은 어떤가요?
아차!
약점을 공략해서 제압하는 건 다들 능숙하네.
열라 열받고
자세가 무너졌니?
이러면 아무것도 못하고
자비에 감사하도록.
악당 채취 성공
Alright, so far so good. Mirror Dungeon Run's going fine. I bet I'm going to make an embarrassment of myself during the
세상이
extreme
평화로워지는 거
floors.
기쁜 거야 근데 내일도 지금처럼 조용하려나?
Dang. Pretty sure I don't have any IDs that inflict burn. I guess I can inflict burn with egos, but... Also, I took the wrong path. I should have gone south. It took just as much effort to get back to where he had been earlier. But when he lay there sighing and was once more watching his legs as they struggled against each other even harder than before, if that was possible, he could think of no way of bringing peace and order to this chaos. He told himself once more that it was not possible for him to stay in bed, and that the most sensible thing to do would be to get free of it in whatever way he could at whatever sacrifice. At the same time, though, he did not forget to remind himself that calm consideration was much better than rushing to desperate conclusions. At times like this, he would direct his eyes to the window and look out as clearly as he could, but unfortunately, even the other side of the narrow street was enveloped in morning fog, and the view had little confidence or cheer to offer him. 7 o'clock already, he said to himself when the clock struck again. 7 o'clock and there's still a fog like this. And he lay there quietly a while longer, breathing lightly as if he perhaps expected the total stillness to bring things back to their real and natural state. But then he said to himself, before it strikes 7:15, I'll definitely have to have got properly out of bed. And by then, somebody will have come round from work to ask what's happened to me as well, as they open up at work before 7 o'clock. And so he set himself to the task of swinging the entire length of his body out of the bed all at the same time. If he succeeded in falling out of bed in this way and kept his head raised as he did so, he could probably avoid injuring it. His back seemed to be quite hard, and nothing would happen to it falling onto the carpet. His main concern was for the loud noise he was bound to make, and which even through all the doors would probably raise concern, if not alarm. But it was something that had to be risked.
4, 3일 시작.
He's dealing with the circumstances pretty well-ish so far, even if he is pretty much being delusional.
개체가 유리한 조건을 이용하고자 하는 징조가 보입니다만 관리자님의 전술력과
그대는
제 지시만
어디까지
있다면
각오했을지.
그다지 위협적이진 않을 것 같군요.
이거 금강 맞지?
야! 필살!
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공원에 같았어.
자세가 무너졌네.
오, 나닥이 귀와
자비의
닮았어.
감사도.
옳다.
얼마만큼
저 활활 타는 마음도 오래가지 못할 거야.
수 있거든.
식기 전까진 열성적으로 해보는 것도 괜찮겠어.
감상은 어떤가요? 들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는
이제 신 수에서 벗어났나?
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
I just get this feeling.
자세가 무너졌네. 자비의 감사도.
예술적.
이번에도 멋지게 해냈네.
That Gregor might be
엔젤라님에게
depressed but
잔뜩
in
칭찬해드리겠어.
denial.
당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
When Gregor was already sticking halfway out of the bed, the new method was more of a game than an effort. All he had to do was rock back and forth. It occurred to him how simple everything would be if somebody came to help him. Two strong people. He had his father and the maid in mind. Would have been more than enough. They would only have to push their arms under the dome of his back, peel him away from the bed, bend down with a load, and then be patient and careful as he swang over onto the floor, where, hopefully, the little legs would find a use. Should he really call for help, though? Even apart from the fact that all his doors were locked. Despite all the difficulty he was in, he could not suppress a smile at this thought. Why is he smiling?
닥쳐라.
I get it. Sometimes I smile when shit's just kind of absurd beyond words.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
더 야성적인 깊이로.
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
부족해 차려졌지 않나.
자세가 무너졌네.
대.
자비의 감사도.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이
감상은
기회를 잘
어떤가요?
활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
되겠냐고.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
당신을 소재로 써보고
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단
Angela, stop
하나의
talking. I'm trying to talk here. After a while, he had already moved so far across that it would have been hard for him to keep his balance if he rocked too hard. The time was now 7:10, and he would have to make a final decision very soon. Then there was a ring at the door of the flat. That'll be someone from work, he said to himself, and froze very still, although his little legs only became all the more lively as they danced around. For a moment, everything remained quiet. They're not opening the door, Gregor said to himself, caught in some nonsensical hope. But then, of course, the maid's firm steps went to the door as ever and opened it. Gregor only needed to hear the visitor's first words of greeting and he knew who it was. The chief clerk himself. Why did Gregor have to be the only one condemned to work for a company where they immediately become highly suspicious at the slightest shortcoming? Were all employees, every one of them, louts? Was there not one of them who was faithful and devoted, who would go so mad with pangs of conscience that he couldn't get out of bed if he didn't spend at least a couple of hours in the morning on company business? Was it really not enough to let one of the trainees make inquiries? Assuming inquiries were even necessary. Did the chief clerk have to come himself? And did they have to show the whole innocent family that this was so suspicious that only the chief clerk could be trusted to have the wisdom to investigate it? And more because these thoughts had made him upset than through any proper decision, he swung himself with all his force out of the bed. There was a loud thump, but it wasn't really a loud noise. His fall was softened a little by the carpet, and Gregor's back was also more elastic than he had thought, which made the sound muffled and not too noticeable. He had not held his head carefully enough, though, and hit it as he fell. Annoyed and in pain, he turned it and rubbed it against the carpet.
마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
Doing things you didn't think were possible just to spite your coworkers. Or worse, middle management.
저건 아르카나의 스프레드에 분명 강한 암시가 걸린 걸 거야. 조심해야 해.
재밌겠는데?
얼얼하지?
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
재밌네.
자세가 무너졌니?
난 너희가
차코잡이라.
좀 더 어설플 거라고
예상한
생각했거든.
것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
으타! 더 먹어치워라!
괜찮아요, 단테님. 이럴 때도 있는 법이죠.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
왜 팔 휘적휘적? 유령이라도 장난 중인가?
무뭉쳐.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
대가리 딱 떼도
Don't worry, Yisan, just do the prescripts.
다들
자세가 무너졌니?
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨나요? 매일 보아하는 분들 지금은 거기서 감회가 새로워요. 지켜보시죠.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 아니었던 것 같긴 한데 아무튼 슬램! 흡! 자!
스프레드에 있던 아르카나를 부쉈어.
Yes, the popping noise that the candles make.
힘을 잃어갈 거야.
하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나? 있군. 그럼 오늘 림컴버 회식 메뉴는 수박을 곁들인 융수염 과자로 결정하지.
It's over. Oh shit! We got Tango Marinade out of that. I wish we had gotten the other one though. You can still fish for it, but it's probably not going to come up. Ah, that's too bad. Something's fallen down in there, said the chief clerk in the room on the left. Gregor tried to imagine whether something of the sort that had happened to him today could ever happen to the chief clerk too. You had to concede that it was possible. But as if in gruff reply to this question, the chief clerk's firm footsteps in his highly polished boots could now be heard in the adjoining room. From the room on his right, Gregor's sister whispered to let him know. Gregor, the chief clerk is here. Yes, I know, said Gregor to himself, without daring to raise his voice loud enough for his sister to hear him. Gregor, said his father now from the room to his left, the chief clerk has come round and wants to know why you didn't leave on the early train. We don't know what to say to him. And anyway, he wants to speak to you personally, so please open up this door. I'm sure he'll be good enough to forgive the untidiness of your room. Then the chief clerk called, Good morning, Mr. Samsa. He isn't well, said his mother to the chief clerk, while his father continued to speak through the door. He isn't well, please believe me. Why else would Gregor have missed the train? The lad only ever thinks about the business. It nearly makes me cross the way he never goes out in the evenings. He's been in town for a week now, but stayed home every evening. He sits with us in the kitchen and just reads the paper or studies train timetables. His idea of relaxation is working with his fret saw. He's made a little frame, for instance. It only took him 2 or 3 evenings. You'll be amazed how nice it is. It's hanging up in his room. You'll see it as soon as Gregor opens the door. Anyway, I'm glad you're here. We wouldn't have been able to get Gregor to open the door by ourselves. He's so stubborn. And I'm sure he isn't well. He said this morning that he is, but he isn't. I'll be there in a moment, said Gregor slowly and thoughtfully, but without moving so that he would not miss any word of the conversation. Well, I can't think of any other way of explaining it, Mr. Samsa, said the chief clerk. I hope it's nothing serious. But on the other hand, I must say that if we people in commerce ever become slightly unwell, then, fortunately or unfortunately as you like, we simply have to overcome it because of business considerations. Can the chief clerk come in to see you now, then? Asked his father impatiently, knocking at the door again. No, said Gregor. In the room on his right there followed a painful silence. In the room on his left, his sister began to cry. So why did his sister not go and join the others? She had probably only just got up and had not even begun to get dressed. And why was she crying? Was it because he had not got up and had not let the chief clerk in? Because he was in danger of losing his job, and if that happened, his boss would once more pursue their parents with the same demands as before. There was no need to worry about things like that yet. Gregor was still there and had not the slightest intention of abandoning his family. For the time being, he just lay there on the carpet, and no one who knew the condition he was in would seriously have expected him to let the chief clerk in. It was only a minor discourtesy, and a suitable excuse could be easily found for it later on. It was not something for which Gregor could be sacked on the spot. And it seemed to Gregor much more sensible to leave him now in peace instead of disturbing him with talking at him and crying. But the others didn't know what was happening. They were worried. That would excuse their behavior. Was that 2 paragraphs or 3? I think it's 3. I can't count. It's fine. Back to the Limbus.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
Imagine having to explain to your boss that you turned into a fucking cockroach.
敵に変化が見られます。
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야?
여기가
적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도
네
되지.
약점인가?
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든. 앞차!
하나 모아뭉쳐.
느껴졌어? 내가 너희를 위해서 주문을 외웠는데. 응, 잘 걸린 것 같아.
감상은
지금
어떤가?
싸워보는 거야?
이제 한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의
차포자구나.
골치 안에는
예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
놀라 열받죠?
자세가
이러면
뭔가
아무것도 못하죠.
자비에 감사하고
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
Is this a unique lore gift? I'm sure it's fine. I should have seen that coming. There we go. We want to go for the unique stuff. You know, if it can be helped. Sure, whatever. That's enough. Okay.
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에
Oh, that's 4 nodes, 4 paragraphs. Okay. All right, we're gonna beat your ass up.
빠르게 처리하지.
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 건 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
빈틈 구성이군. 스틸레터.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇기만 해.
The prescripts have chosen you.
감상은 어떤가요?
Yes, take those bleats, that.
이제 한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TBI의 멜로디가
제야 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄 해도 괜찮을 텐데.
예술적이네요.
느껴졌어? 내가 너희를 위해서 지문을 외웠는데 벗어날 수 없는 잘 걸린 것 같아. 자, 지금 싸워보는 거야.
관람 중 점수.
I forgot how we triggered, fucking the assist defense. I think it has to have Faust, right? Okay, it's just a Faust thing, which is fine.
감상은 어떤가요?
자세가 무너졌네.
Did she stagger herself? Holy shit. Oh, I targeted the wrong... Whatever, it's fine.
이제 싱 수에선 벗어나면
빈틈 투성이다.
운명 속에 파묻힌 그대의 이름을 걸고 나 여기서 빛을 맹세한다.敵は彼を追っています.
She's just dead this turn, I'm pretty sure. The prescript will it.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
자세가 무너졌네.
아비규환.
I thought I was gonna stab fucking Queen of Hatred for a second. I was like, what the fuck?
증오스러운 존재들에게 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 사랑의 힘을 보여줄 것을.
불만을 해소해준 보람이 있네. 지금처럼
Get
적극
ready to
성공적인
die.
수준을 앞으로 더 많은 층을 개방, 더 많은 구조사설 개체를 이번에도 잘해줬어. 참고로 유익한 책이 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다
Alright,
보면
4 paragraphs.
언젠간
That's almost the whole
찾을
page.
수 있겠지.
We might actually finish this thing before the stream's over.
단 하나의 책을.
The chief clerk now raised his voice. Mr. Samsa, he called to him. What is wrong? You barricade yourself in your room. Give us no more than a yes or no for an answer. You are causing serious and unnecessary concern to your parents, and you fail. And I mention this just by the way. You fail to carry out your business duties in a way that is quite unheard of. I'm speaking here on behalf of your parents and of your employer, and really must request a clear and immediate explanation. I am astonished, quite astonished. I thought I knew you as a calm and sensible person, and now you suddenly seem to be showing off with peculiar whims. This morning, your employer did suggest a possible reason for your failure to appear, it's true. It had to do with the money that was recently entrusted to you, but I came near to giving him my word of honor that that could not be the right explanation. But now I see that your incomprehensible stubbornness, I no longer feel any wish whatsoever to intercede on your behalf. And nor is your position all that secure. I had originally intended to say all this to you in private, but since you caused me to waste my time here for no good reason, I don't see why your parents should not also learn of it. Your turnover has been very unsatisfactory of late. I grant you that it's not the time of year to do especially good business. We recognize that. But there is simply no time of year to do no business at all, Mr. Samsa. We cannot allow there to be. But, sir, called Gregor, beside himself and forgetting all else in the excitement. I'll open up immediately. Just a moment. I'm slightly unwell. An attack of dizziness. I haven't been able to get up. I'm still in bed now. I'm quite fresh again now, though. I'm just getting out of bed. Just a moment. Be patient. It's not quite as easy as I thought. I'm quite alright now, though. It's shocking what could suddenly happen to a person. I was quite alright last night. My parents know about it, perhaps better than me. I had a small symptom of it last night already. They must have noticed it. I don't know why I didn't let you know at work. But you always think you can get over an illness without staying at home. Please, don't make my parents suffer. There's no basis for any of the accusations you're making. Nobody's ever said a word to me about any of these things. Maybe you haven't read the latest contracts I sent in. I'll set off with the 8 o'clock train as well. These few hours of rest have given me strength. You don't need to wait, sir. I'll be in the office soon after you, so please be so good. And please be so good as to tell that to the boss and recommend me to him. And while Gregor gushed out these words, hardly knowing what he was saying, he made his way over to the chest of drawers. This was easily done, probably because of the practice he had already had in bed, where he now tried to get himself upright. He really did want to open the door. Really did want to let them see him, and to speak with the chief clerk. The others were being so insistent, and he was curious to learn what they would say when they caught sight of him. If they were shocked then, it would no longer be Gregor's responsibility, and he could rest. If, however, they took everything calmly, he would still have no reason to be upset, and if he hurried, he could really be at the station for 8 o'clock. The first few times, he tried to climb up on the smooth chest of the drawers The first few times he tried to climb up on the smooth chest of drawers, he just slid down again, but he finally gave himself one last swing and stood there upright. The lower part of his body was in serious pain, but he no longer gave any attention to it. Now he let himself fall against the back of a nearby chair and held tightly to the edges of it with his little legs. By now he had also calmed down and kept quiet so that he could listen to what the chief clerk was saying. Did you understand a word of all that? The chief clerk asked his parents. Surely he's not trying to make fools of us. Oh God, called his mother, who was already in tears. He could be seriously ill and we're making him suffer. Greta! Greta! She then cried. Mother? His sister called from the other side. They communicated across Gregor's room. You'll have to go for a doctor straight away. Gregor is ill. Quick, get the doctor. Did you hear the way Gregor spoke just now? That was the voice of an animal, said the chief clerk, with a calmness that was in contrast with his mother's screams. Anna! Anna! His father called into the kitchen through the entrance hall, clapping his hands. Get a locksmith here, now! And the two girls, their skirts swishing, immediately ran out through the hall, wrenching open the front door of the flat as they went. How had his sister managed to get dressed so quickly? There was no sound of the door banging shut again. They must have left it open. People often do in homes where something awful has happened. Gregor, in contrast, had become much calmer, so they couldn't understand his words anymore, although they seemed clear enough to him, clearer than before. Perhaps his ears had become used to the sound. They had realized, though, that there was something wrong with him and were ready to help. The first response to his situation had been confident and wise, and that made him feel better. He felt that he had been drawn back in among people, and from the doctor and the locksmith he expected great and surprising achievements, although he did not really distinguish one from the other. Whatever was said next would be crucial, so, in order to make his voice as clear as possible, he coughed a little, but taking care to do this not too loudly, as even this might well sound different from the way that a human coughs, and he was no longer sure if he could judge this for himself. Meanwhile, it had become very quiet in the next room. Perhaps his parents were sat at the table whispering with the chief clerk, or perhaps they were all pressed against the door and listening. When you turn into a bug and you're just a chill guy. Gregor slowly pushed his way over to the door with a chair. Once there, he let go of it and threw himself onto the door, holding himself upright against it using the adhesive on the tips of his legs. He rested there a little while to recover from the effort involved and then set himself to the task of turning the key in the lock with his mouth. He seemed, unfortunately, to have no proper teeth. How was he, then, to grasp the key? But the lack of teeth was, of course, made up for with a very strong jaw. Using the jaw, he really was able to start the key turning. Ignoring the fact that he must have been causing some kind of damage as a brown fluid came from his mouth, flowed over the key and dripped onto the floor. "Listen," said the chief clerk in the next room. "He's turning the key." Gregor was greatly encouraged by this, but they all should have been calling to him, his father and mother too. "Well done, Gregor," they should have cried. "Keep at it! Keep hold of the lock!" And with the idea that they were all excitedly following his efforts, he bit on the key with all his strength, paying no attention to the pain he was causing himself. As the key turned round, he turned around the lock with it, only holding himself upright with his mouth, and hung on to the key or pushed it down again with the whole weight of his body as needed. The clear sound of the lock as it snapped back was Gregor's sign that he could break his concentration. And as he regained his breath, he said to himself, "So I didn't need the locksmith after all." Then he lay his head on the handle of the door to open it completely.
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 등장!
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
Alright, which one did you use the prescript target? There we are.
감상은 어떤가요? 들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 내일 보아하는데도
빈틈투성이군.
I really hate that these things are called bonbons.
여기가
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
내가 알아서 처리.
이 심장이 놓아멈춰.
이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나? 대가리 딱 떼고
이 심장이 잡혔다.
되겠냐고요.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대가
빈틈투성이군. 여기가 허수라고.
나라도 그랬을 거야.
이제 한 쌍의 상황을 24개의 아비 교환. 예술적이네요.
마음 둘만 아비들도 매번 이런 식이었다.
감상은 어떤가요?
지금 내게는 잘해줬지. 내가 알아서 처리한다.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을
Man.
쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
Because he had to open the door in this way, it was already wide open before he could be seen. He at first had to slowly turn himself around one of the double doors, and he had to do it very carefully if he did not want to fall flat on his back before entering the room. He was still occupied with this difficult movement, unable to pay attention to anything else, when he heard the chief clerk exclaim aloud, "Oh!" which sounded like the soughing of the wind. Now he also saw him. He was the nearest to the door, his hand pressed against his open mouth and slowly retreating as if driven by a steady and invisible force. Gregor's mother, her hair still disheveled from bed despite the chief clerk's being here, looked at his father. Then she unfolded her arms, took 2 steps forward towards Gregor, and sank down onto the floor into her skirts that spread themselves out around her as her head disappeared down onto her breast. His father looked hostile and clenched his fists as if wanting to knock Gregor back into his room. Then he looked uncertainly around the living room, covered his eyes with his hands, and wept so that his powerful chest shook. Don't fuck it up, don't fuck it up, don't fuck it up, don't fuck it up. Okay, go.
제가 누구 딸인데 이런 걸 못하겠어요.
So Gregor did not go into the room, but leaned against the against the inside of the other door, which was still held bolted in place. In this way, only half of his body could be seen, along with his head above it, which he leaned over to one side as he peered out at the others. Meanwhile, the day had become much lighter. Part of the endless gray-black building on the other side of the street, which was a hospital, could be seen quite clearly with the austere and regular line of windows piercing its facade. The rain was still falling, now throwing down large individual droplets which hit the ground one at a time. The washing up from breakfast lay on the table. There was so much of it because, for Gregor's father, breakfast was the most important meal of the day, and he would stretch it out for several hours as he sat reading a number of different newspapers. On the wall exactly opposite there was a photograph of Gregor when he was a lieutenant in the army. His sword in hand and a carefree smile on his face as he called forth respect for his uniform and bearing. The door to the entrance hall was open, and as the front door of the flat was also open, he could see onto the landing and the stairs where they began their way down below. Now then, said Gregor, well aware that he was the only one to have kept calm. "I'll get dressed straight away now, pack up my samples, and set off. Will you please just let me leave? You can see," he said to the chief clerk, "that I'm not stubborn, and I like to do my job. Being a commercial traveler is arduous, but without traveling, I couldn't earn my living. So where are you going? Into the office? Yes? Will you report everything accurately, then? It's quite possible for someone to be temporarily unable to work, but that's just the right time to remember what's been achieved in the past, and consider that later on, once the difficulty has been removed, you will certainly work with all the more diligence and concentration. You're well aware that I'm seriously in debt to our employer, as well as having to look after my parents and my sister, so that I'm trapped in a difficult situation, but I will work my way out of it again. Please don't make things any harder for me than they are already, and don't take sides against me in the office. I know that nobody likes the travelers. They think we can earn an enormous wage as well as having a soft time of it. That's just prejudice, but they have no particular reason to think better of it. But you, sir, you have a better overview than the rest of the staff. In fact, if I can say this in confidence, a better overview than the boss himself. It's very easy for a businessman like him to make mistakes about his employees and judge them more harshly than he should. And you're also well aware that we travelers spend almost a whole year away from the office, so that we can very easily fall victim to gossip and chants and groundless complaints, and it's almost impossible to defend yourself from that sort of thing. We don't even usually hear about them, or if at all, if it's when we arrive back home exhausted from a trip, and that's when we feel the harmful effects of what's been going on without even knowing what caused them. Please, don't go away. At least first say something to show that you grant that I'm at least partly right." But the chief clerk had turned away as soon as Gregor had started to speak, and with protruding lips, only stared back at him over his trembling shoulders as he left. He did not keep still for a moment while Gregor was speaking, but moved steadily towards the door without taking his eyes off him. He moved very gradually, as if there had been some secret prohibition on leaving the room. It was only when he had reached the entrance hall that he made a sudden movement, drew his foot from the living room, and rushed forward in a panic. In the hall, he stretched his right hand far out towards the stairway as if out there was some supernatural force waiting to save him. Gregor realized that it was out of the question to let the chief clerk go away in this mood if his position in the firm was not to be put into extreme danger. That was something his parents didn't understand very well. Over the years, they had become convinced that this job would provide for Gregor for his entire life. And besides, they had so much to worry about at present that they had lost sight of any thought for the future. Gregor, though, did think about the future. The chief clerk had to be held back, calmed down, convinced, and finally won over. The future of Gregor and his family depended on it. If only his sister were here. She was clever. She was already in tears while Gregor was still lying peacefully on his back. And the chief clerk was a lover of women. Surely she could persuade him. She would close the front door in the entrance hall and talk him out of his shocked state. But his sister was not there. Gregor would have to do the job himself. And without considering that he was still not familiar with how well he could move about in his present state, or that his speech still might not, or probably would not, be understood. He let go of the door, pushed himself through the opening, trying to reach the chief clerk on the landing who, ridiculously, was holding on to the banister with both hands. But Gregor fell immediately over, and, with a little scream as he sought something to hold on to, landed on his numerous little legs. Hardly had that happened then, for the first time that day he began to feel all right with his body. The little legs had the solid ground under them to his pleasure. They did exactly as he told them. They were even making the effort to carry him where he wanted to go. And he was soon believing that all his sorrows would soon finally be at an end. He held back the urge to move, but swayed from side to side as he crouched there on the floor. His mother was not far away in front of him and seemed, at first, quite engrossed in herself. But then she suddenly jumped up, with her arms outstretched and her fingers spread, shouting, "Help! For pity's sake! Help!" The way she held her head suggested she wanted to see Gregor better, but the unthinking way she was hurrying backwards showed that she did not. She had forgotten that the table was behind her, with all the breakfast things on it. When she reached the table, she sat quickly down on it, without knowing what she was doing, without even seeming to notice the coffee pot that had been knocked over, and a gush of coffee was pouring down onto the carpet. Jesus!
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게 숨소리도 내지 말고 숨어 있어야 해.
소바주.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄 해도 괜찮을 텐데.
I'm trying to think of like I can already see a possible theme of like making a permanent, well, perhaps permanent, but importantly long-lasting change in your life that your friends and family would be unwilling to accept,
이제 싱 수에선
and
벗어나니
how one would have to deal with that.
재밌겠는데?
재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
반항하지 마. 얼마나지?
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
선택받았으니. 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요.
대박.
매일 보아하는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
차 부숴줄 테다.
그 슬픔을 이게 심장이.
빈틈
엄마는
투성이군.
무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
이번에도 잘해줬어.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게
유익한 책이
검이었고.
또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면
Mother.
언젠간
Mother.
반드시 찾을 수 있겠지.
Oh wait, no. Mother.
세상의 모든
Mother.
것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Said Gregor gently, looking up at her. He had completely forgotten the chief clerk for the moment, but could not help himself snapping in the air with his jaws at the sight of the flow of coffee. That set his mother screaming anew. She fled from the table and into the arms of his father as he rushed towards her. Gregor, though, had no time to spare for his parents now. The chief clerk had already reached the stairs. With his chin on the banister, he looked back for the last time. Gregor made a run for him. He wanted to be sure of reaching him. The chief clerk must have expected something, as he leapt down several steps at once and disappeared. His shouts resounding all around the staircase. The flight of the chief clerk seemed, unfortunately, to put Gregor's father into a panic as well. Until then, he had been relatively self-controlled, but now, instead of running after the chief clerk himself, or at least not impeding Gregor as he ran after him, Gregor's father seized the chief clerk's stick in his right hand. The chief clerk had left it behind in the chair, along with his hat and overcoat, picked up a large newspaper from the table with his left, and used them to drive Gregor back into his room, stamping his foot at him as he went. Gregor's appeals to his father were of no help. His appeals were simply not understood. However much he humbly turned his head, his father merely stamped his foot all the harder. Across the room, despite the chilly weather, Gregor's mother had pulled open a window, leaned far out of it, and pressed her hands to her face. A strong draft of air flew in from the street towards the stairway. The curtains flew up. The newspapers on the table fluttered, and some of them were blown onto the floor. Nothing would stop Gregor's father as he drove him back, making hissing noises at him like a wild man. Gregor never had any practice in moving backwards, and was only able to go very slowly. If Gregor had only been allowed to turn round, he would have been back at his room straight away. But he was afraid that if he took the time to do that, his father would become impatient, and there was the threat of a lethal blow to his back or head from the stick from his father's hand any moment. Eventually, though, Gregor realized that he had no choice as he saw to his disgust that he was quite incapable of going backwards in a straight line. So he began, as quickly as possible and with frequent anxious glances at his father, to turn himself round. It went very slowly, but perhaps his father was able to see his good intentions as he did nothing to hinder him. In fact, now and then he used the tip of his stick to give directions from a distance as to which way to turn. If only his father would stop that unbearable hissing! It was making Gregor quite confused. When he had nearly finished turning round, still listening to that hissing, he made a mistake and turned himself back a little the way that he had just come. He was pleased when he finally had his head in front of the doorway, but then saw that it was too narrow, and his body was too broad to get through it without further difficulty. In his present mood, it obviously did not occur to his father to open the other of the double doors so that Gregor would have enough space to get through. He was merely fixed on the idea that Gregor should be got back into his room as quickly as possible. Nor would he have ever allowed Gregor the time to get himself upright as preparation for getting through the doorway. What he did, making more noise than ever, was to drive Gregor forward as all the harder, as if there had been nothing in the way. It sounded to Gregor as if there was now more than one father behind him. It was not a pleasant experience, and Gregor pushed himself into the doorway without regard for what might happen. One side of his body lifted itself. He lay at an angle in the doorway, one flank scraped on the white door and was painfully injured, leaving vile brown flecks on it. Soon he was stuck fast and would not have been able to move at all by himself. The little legs along one side hung quivering in the air, while those on the other side were pressed painfully against the ground. Then his father gave him a hefty shove from behind, which released him from where he was held and sent him flying, and heavily bleeding, deep into his room. The door was slammed shut with a stick. Then, finally, all was quiet. Oof. I mean, I kind of get why his family's reacting like this, but Jesus, man. That's the thing about body horror, man. It's like the loss of agency. You're no longer able to communicate that, no, Mom, Dad, I'm all right. Not a pleasant feeling. Hello, little brother of the middle. How's it going? I hear there's been some very big news for you. The middle is back. Whenever we get the Bulgak, anyway. Well, we'll take Greatcoat. My bro decides to give me a spare hair coupon for me. That's wonderful. Your bro sounds like a really nice guy. Alright then, one more paragraph. It was not until it was getting dark that evening that Gregor awoke from his deep and coma-like sleep. He would have woken soon afterwards anyway, even if he hadn't been disturbed, as he had had enough sleep and felt fully rested. but he had the impression that some hurried steps and the sound of the door leading into the front room being carefully shut had woken him. The light from the electric street lamps shone palely here and there onto the ceilings and the tops of the furniture, but down below where Gregor was, it was dark. He pushed himself over to the door, feeling his way clumsily with his antennae, of which he was now beginning to learn the value, in order to see what had been happening there. The whole of his left side seemed like one painfully stretched scar, and he limped badly onto his 2 rows of legs. One of the legs had been badly injured in the events of that morning. It was nearly a miracle that only one of them had been, and dragged along lifelessly. How am I doing? I'm doing great. As you can see, I'm reading the original Metamorphosis by Kafka, while I'm also doing Mirror Dungeon very slowly. But you know. We're just here to have fun.
마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
And educating ourselves with literature. These are acceptable terms. Let's go.
감상은 어떤가요?
I'm trying to make it a thing where every Wednesday I will do Limbus Company when there's no story, where I will be reading the original source materials while also just doing a Mirror Dungeon run in the background. You know, because some people like seeing some action while hearing the occasional literature, you know? This does remind me, though, I should be uploading more Lobotomy Corporation shorts. I'm pretty much almost out of footage because I'm towards the end of the playthrough in terms of clips. But after that, I could just do Library of Ruin, I think.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명인 줄 알겠는데?
한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TDI의 멜로디가
サンタさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
더 야성적인 깊이로.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
재밌겠는데?
한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TDI의 멜로디가
Yeah, I've been uploading a bunch of clips like crazy recently, because I'm trying to find out a strategy of how to get more people to watch my channel. It's kind of, hit or miss. I suppose it depends on what I'm streaming and such, but, like... I do find the act of experimenting very fun, for what that's worth.
한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TDI의
생각보다 움직임이 더 좋아.
건강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
아비 교환.
차 부숴줄 테다.
There's also the fact that tomorrow I'm going to be streaming Mirror's Edge, I'm pretty sure. I don't remember if it was Mirror's Edge or... What did I play after that? Was that Crash or was that... It was something. To provide some context, recently I streamed for several days straight, technically, where I was specifically playing a bunch of really old nostalgic games. And there were some that I didn't finish because the timer ran out. So I'm basically just cleaning those up. I'm just forgetting what order I played those in, you know?
생체 반응이 끊어진 개체의 기록이 감지됩니다. 만약 제가 인간이었고 조금 더 쾌활한 성격이었다면 당신과 하이파이브 같은 걸 시도해보았을지도 모르겠네요.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지. 거기서 마지막으로 남길 말.
재밌네. 이거 난 머리가 좀 더 어설플 거라고.
Wait, where did those guys come from? I could have just Furiosa'd him. Never mind. Alright, screw it, get Furiosa'd. Jerk.
마음을 모방하겠어. 유쾌하게 그대 선택받았어.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네.
딸아이의 상처를 기억하고 있으면 좋겠구려.
어때? 사람을 단축하니 보기 좋아지지 않았나?
빠르게 처리하지.
Alright, showtime. Alright, which means closing time.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄 해도 괜찮을 텐데.
I forgot there was a whole extra enemy after this.
한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TDI의 멜로디가.
This Hong Lu ID is pretty strong, actually. I wonder how the capstone ID is gonna synergize with it. Because there's no way that the capstone ID for Ryoshu is not going to synergize with all of the Nurse Fathers somehow.
멀쩡한 장비가
They do suspiciously all inflict
허술하고.
one burn.
뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
I say all of it as if there's more than two right now.
재밌겠는데? 되겠냐고.
이번에도 멋지게 해냈네. 엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
That base power is nasty, but I'm taking it.
아름다운 색이네요. 이 작품은 갤러리에 전시해도 되겠어요?
이럴 땐 꼬리 부분을 흔들어도 좋았겠군요.
That line by Meursault is kind of crazy. What do you mean the tail is to be wagged at such a sort of occasion? Does Meursault want to be called a good boy? What's going on there, man? Let me think. We don't have 5 syncing. What do I take next? I think I take charge. Poise is nice too. There we go. Okay. Good. Alright, that's 4 paragraphs. It was only when he reached the door that he realized what it actually was that had drawn him over to it. It was the smell of something to eat. By the door, there was a dish filled with sweetened milk with little pieces of white bread floating in it. He was so pleased he almost laughed. And he was even hungrier than he had been that morning, and immediately dipped his head into the milk, nearly covering his eyes with it. But he soon drew his head back again in disappointment. Not only did the pain in his tender left side make it difficult to eat the food, he was only able to eat it if his whole body was worked together as a snuffling whole. But the milk did not taste at all nice. Milk like this was normally his favorite drink, and his sister had certainly left it there for him because of that. But he turned, almost against his own will, away from the dish and crawled back into the center of the room. Through the crack of the door, Gregor could see that the gas had been lit in the living room. His father at this time would normally be sat with his evening paper, reading it out in a loud voice to Gregor's mother and sometimes to his sister, but there was now not a sound to be heard. Gregor's sister would often write and tell him about this reading, but maybe his father had lost the habit in recent times. It was so quiet all around, too. Even though there must have been somebody in the flat. What a quiet life it is the family led, said Gregor to himself, and, gazing into the darkness, felt a great pride that he was able to provide a life like that in such a nice home for his sister and parents. But what now? If all this peace and wealth and comfort should come to a horrible and frightening end. That was something Gregor did not want to think about too much, so he started to move about, crawling up and down the room. Once during that long evening, the door on one side of the room was opened very slightly and hurriedly closed again. Later on, the door on the other side did the same. It seemed that someone needed to enter the room, but thought better of it. Gregor went and waited immediately by the door, resolved either to bring the timorous visitor into the room in some way, or at least to find out who it was. But the door was opened no more that night, and Gregor waited in vain. The previous morning, while the doors were locked, everyone had wanted to get in there to him, but now that he had opened up one of the doors, and the other had clearly been unlocked sometime during the day, no one came. And the keys were in the other sides. It was not until late at night that the gaslight in the living room was put out, and now it was easy to see that parents and sister had stayed awake all that time, as they could all be distinctly heard as they went away together on tiptoe. It was clear no one would come into Gregor's room anymore until morning. That gave him plenty of time to think, undisturbed, about what he would have to rearrange his about how he would have to rearrange his life, For some reason, the tall, empty room where he was forced to remain made him feel uneasy as he lay there flat on the floor, even though he had been living in it for 5 years. Hardly aware of what he was doing other than a slight feeling of shame, he hurried under the couch. It pressed down on his back a little, and he was no longer able to lift his head. But he nonetheless felt immediately at ease, and his only regret was that his body was too broad to get it all underneath. Would you still love me if I was a cockroach?
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
감상은 어떤가요?
공들여 적어둔 매뉴얼이 쓰레기로 전락하는데 고작 1분밖에 걸리지 않아.
이런 건 학교에서 안 가르쳐주잖아.
스틸레터.
괜찮아.
이거 분간
그것까지
맞지?
신경 쓰는 건 힘들었겠지.
필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
병력을 새로이 구성해야 해. 불가피하다면 술책을 세우는 것이 자선이다.
별로 효과적이지 않은 것 같은데. 사랑의 힘이 부족한 걸지요?
괜찮아요, 단테님. 이럴 때도 있는 법이죠.
무아몽정.
그냥 못하지만
나는
나도 녹이면서
다른
할수
선배들처럼
있거든.
복잡한 생각은 잘 못하니까 이럴 때
Which one of you
도움은
has the
아니지만
fucking prescript?
저럴 때
You.
선배였다면 지금까지 싸우면서
Okay, works for me.
해결 방법을 찾아냈을 거야.
소바주.
너희도 천천히 되짚어보면 어떨까?
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋고.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공원에 갔어.
There's something about the arena here that creeps me out. I mean, the whole vibe is creepy.
이것이 수에서 벗어났나?
예술적이네요.
I think we want to go for lust, right?
이럴 땐
개체에게
꼬리
일격을
부분을
가하는 데
흔들어도
성공했습니다.
좋았겠군요.
샴페인을 가져오기엔
Alright, which one of you use
너무
prescript?
늦은
Okay,
타이밍이긴 하겠지만 이 전투가 성공적으로 끝나면 모두의 희생을 기리며 축배를 드는 것도 나쁘지 않겠죠.
감상은 어떤가요?
멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시험 문제겠지?
이게 심장이
해냈구나.
저리
나라도 그랬을 거야.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄 해도 괜찮을 텐데.
Lust, baby, all in on lust.
애착을 갖고
I say with this
이런
fucking
제압은
train wreck
회사에겐
comp.
효율적일지는 몰라도 직원들의 희생이 항상 뒤따르는 법이지. 그 희생을 값싼 대가로 여기는 게 아니라면 항상 제압에 너무 집착하지는 마. 이곳의 목적이 그런 게 아니라면
한숨의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가.
재밌네.
자세가 무너졌나?
난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
유쾌하게 여기 심장이
효율적인
시리네.
대처로 개치를
Nurse
꿰뚫었습니다.
father aura.
참고로
이번에도 멋지게
기계는 입에
해냈네.
발린 말 따위 쉽게
엔젤라님에게
하지 않아요.
잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
Is this worth it? No, I don't think so. That relationship looked kind of juicy, but no. We'll take it. He spent the whole night there. Some of the time he passed in a light sleep, although he frequently woke from it in alarm because of his hunger. And some of the time was spent in worries and vague hopes which, however, always led to the same conclusion. For the time being, he must remain calm. He must show patience, and the greatest consideration so that his family could bear the unpleasantness that he, in his present condition, was forced to impose upon them. That next paragraph is fucking huge. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, comparatively.
기다려라, 거태. 곧 먹이를 먹여주지. 숨겨둔 수를 드러낸 모양이구나.
그대는 어디까지 각오했을지. 조금 슬픈 눈빛, 헉 좋구려. 들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공원에 같았어.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
분명히
허술하군.
기분이 공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다.
그대는 어디까지
기대는 언제나
각오했을지.
기다리는 운명입니다.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이야.
여기 심장이.
징계팀에서 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나
That
봐.
AoE is fucking delicious, actually. Jesus.
멋졌어.
여기가
너희들의 사랑의
이 약점이
힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을
자세가
뒤흔들었어. 이기면 승리도 시간 문제겠지? 어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게
감상은 어떤가요?
그 외국 왕자들 손가락 안에서도 네로라는 실력자들이었을 거야.
재밌네.
너희가
난 너희가 좀 더 어설플
더
거라고
대단한
생각 맞지?
매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
아니 생각했는데. 아무튼 슬램! 효율적인 대처로.
Yeah, that's a really good idea, actually. Jesus.
참고로 이 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위
빈틈
쉽게
투성이
하지 않아.
스틸레이터.
This team would be slightly better if I replaced Love Corp Ryoshu with N Corp Ryoshu.
있잖아. 사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에 시달리거든. 너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와줘?
감상은 어떤가요?
아니야.
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리.
선택의 순간이 필요하니까. 내가 정할 순 없겠네. 아쉽다. 그치?
앞으로 하나.
이거 분강 맞지? 아니 생각했는데. 아무튼 슬램!
Girl, you're at 45 SP. How are you fucking that third coin?
の選択だったはずです。
이제 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티리아의 멜로디가
차쿠작이야. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
엄마만큼은 못하지만 나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
차 부숴줄 테다. 방제 완료. 슬픈 눈빛.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
Death!
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다.
상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는
이번에도
티리아의
멋지게
멜로디가.
해냈네. 엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요.
Okay,
같은
this
그럴듯한
paragraph's gonna be a doozy.
하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
Gregor soon had the opportunity to test the strength of his decisions, as early the next morning, almost before the night had ended, his sister, nearly fully dressed, holy shit, that's a different manga, opened the door from the front room and looked anxiously in. She did not see him straight away, but when she did notice him under the couch, he had to be somewhere, for God's sake, he couldn't have flown away. She was so shocked that she lost control of herself and slammed the door shut again from the outside. But she seemed to regret her behavior, as she opened the door again straight away and came in on tiptoe as if entering the room with someone seriously ill or even of a stranger. Gregor had pushed his head forward, right to the edge of the couch, and watched her. Would she notice that he had left the milk as it was, realize that it was not from any lack of hunger, and bring him in some other food that was more suitable? If she didn't do it herself, he would rather go hungry than draw her attention to it, although he did feel a terrible urge to rush forward from under the couch, throw himself at his sister's feet, and beg her for something good to eat. However, his sister noticed the full dish immediately, and looked at it, and the few drops of milk splashed around it with some surprise. She immediately picked it up, using a rag, not her bare hands, and carried it out. Gregor was extremely curious as to what she would bring in its place, imagining the wildest possibilities. But he never could have guessed what his sister, in her goodness, actually did bring. In order to test his taste, she brought him a whole selection of things, all spread out on an old newspaper. There were old, half-rotten vegetables, bones from the evening meal, covered in white sauce that had gone hard, a few raisins and almonds, some cheese that Gregor had declared inedible 2 days before. a dry roll and some bread spread with butter and salt, as well as all that she had poured some water into the dish, which had probably been permanently set aside for Gregor's use, and placed it beside them. Then, out of consideration for Gregor's feelings, as she knew that he would not eat in front of her, she'd hurried out again, and even turned the key in the lock so that Gregor would know that he could make things as comfortable for himself as he liked. Gregor's little legs whirred. At last, he could eat. What's more, his injuries must have already completely healed, as he found no difficulty in moving. This amazed him, as more than a month earlier he had cut his finger slightly with a knife. He thought of how his finger had still hurt the day before yesterday. Am I less sensitive than I used to be then? He thought, and was already sucking greedily at the cheese, which had immediately, almost compellingly, attracted him much more than the other foods on the newspaper. Quickly, one after another, his eyes watering with pleasure, he consumed the cheese, the vegetables, and the sauce. The fresh foods, on the other hand, he didn't like at all, and even dragged the things he did want to eat a little away from them because he couldn't stand the smell. Long after he had finished eating, and lay lethargic in the same place, his sister slowly turned the key in the lock as a sign to him that he should withdraw. He was immediately startled, although he had been half asleep, and he hurried back under the couch. But he needed great self-control to stay there for even the short time that his sister was in the room, as eating so much food had rounded out his body a little, and he could hardly breathe in that narrow space. Half suffocating, he watched with bulging eyes as his sister unself-consciously took a broom and swept up the leftovers, mixing them in with the food he had not even touched at all, as if it could not be used anymore. She quickly dropped it all into a bin, closed it with its wooden lid, and carried everything out. She had hardly turned her back before Gregor came out again from under the couch and stretched himself. Well, I can see that his sister's nice. So far, we got 20 more pages of suffering to go.
더 있나? 있다면 빠르게 처리하자고.
Oh, good. We get to fight this fucking thing again.
5, 4, 3, 1, 시작.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
소바지.
방금의 물리적인 공격은 적절하지 못했습니다. 개체의 정보까지 일일이 읽어드리는 기능을 바라시는지는 미처 몰랐군요.
별로 효과적이지 않은 것 같은데. 사랑의 힘이 부족한 걸지도?
이거 분강 맞지? 필살.
Well, we maxed out the bleed.
브레이크 슬램.
빈틈 투성이군.
불가피하다면 수치를 세우는 것이 자선이다.
휘적. 유령이라도 삼나인가?
얼얼하지?
공들여 적어둔 매뉴얼이 쓰레기로 전락하는 데엔 고작 1분밖에 걸리지 않네.
우와, 저건 어떻게 하는 걸까요? 역시 홍원 바깥은 신기한 것들로 가득 차 있네요.
Excuse me. I'm feeling the sickness.
감상은 어떤가요?
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
빈틈 투성이군.
It seems strange to me that
여기가
this team isn't nearly as strong as the Tremor one so far. I guess
벗어났나?
just need more bleed Tremor?
티비아의 멜로디가.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데.
더 야성적인 깊이로.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
반항하지 마.
방금 멋졌어.
장부에서 삭제.
너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어.
나비 교환.
이대로면 승리도
예술적이네요.
시간 문제겠지?
Oh, Hongles is dying.
아름다운 색이네요.
敵は深手を負ってい
이
ます。
작품은 갤러리에 전시해도 되겠어요?
Alright, let's rock.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
지금이다. 해골 바가지 거미 대가리. 자! 조각조각 형체도 남지 않은 날 난도질 없는 기억처럼.
아름다운 색이네요.
있잖아. 사실
이 작품은
마법 소녀들은
갤러리에
항상
전시해.
장난의 스타일이거든.
Gotcha.
너희만 괜찮다면
대가리 딱
혹시
세지.
우리를 도와서
한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의
아니야.
다들 자아내는 첫 여정을
그걸
시작했을
말하는
때보다
선택의 순간이
정말
필요한
강해지셨네요.
이곳을 다니며 내가 정할 수
매일
않은
보아하는
기억을
그래도
쌓아줘.
지금은
언젠가
감회가
그치?
새로워요.
그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에
This is such a yapping stream because of all this fucking reading and all of the fucking schizophrenic voices in my head. This was how Gregor received his food each day now, once in the morning while his parents and the maid were still asleep, and the second time after everyone had already eaten their meal at midday, as his parents would sleep for a little while then as well, and Gregor's sister would send the maid away on some errand. Gregor's father and mother certainly did not want him to starve either, but perhaps it would have been more than they could stand to have any more experience of his feeding than being told about it, and perhaps his sister wanted to spare them what distress she could, as they were indeed suffering enough. Ooh, what the hell was that? I'm sure it wasn't important.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
저건 아르카나의 스프레드에 분명 강한 암시가 걸린 걸 거야. 조심해야 해.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지. 얼얼하지?
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가.
으타! 더 먹어 치워라!
별로 효과적이지 않은 것 같은데. 사랑의 힘이 부족한 걸지도?
재밌겠는데?
실제.
I wonder if I should just keep reading while the fight's going on. I'm probably gonna say no because there's too much going on while this is happening.
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황골과
God bless
24개의
attack
늑골이
weight.
자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가.
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고모대 같았어.
자세가 모자랐네.
되겠냐고요.
예술적이네요.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
감상은 어떤가요?
Oh, baby, look at that attack weight.
재밌네.
빈틈
난
투성이군.
너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
스틸레터.
눈물을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게 업. 이거 공각 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 무파법을 이제야 좀 이해했고 모분조토
Are you ready to die?
분질러야 조용하지.
Motherfucker!
저 도야지 같은
저
새끼.
부숴줄 테다.
Eat this attack weight.
이제 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
자세가 무너졌니?
눈에
자비에
담을 만한
감사하고.
가치가 있는 예술이군.
이제 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의
Fucking
멜로디가
ridiculous.
관리자님, 아무래도 직원 한 명의 부서 배치가 잘못된 것 같아.
감상은 어떤가요?
이번에도 멋지게 해냈네.
Holy shit, he might replace my fucking Lord Honglu. That's really fucking strong.
좋아할 거예요. 같은 그럴 듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
Starlight's better. What fucking floor am I on? All right, unsevering. We're gonna fuse a slash ID. ID? Holy shit! Is the Shimigami Tensei now? We're gonna fuse the slash tier 4. I was hoping we could get the other pre-script ego gift, but alas, 'twas not to be. It was impossible for Gregor to find out that what they had told the doctor and the locksmith that first morning to get them out of the flat. As nobody could understand him, nobody, not even his sister, thought he could understand them. So he had to be content to hear his sister's sighs and appeals to the saints as she moved about his room. It was only later, when she had become a little more used to everything, there was, of course, no question of her ever becoming fully used to the situation, that Gregor would sometimes catch a friendly comment, or at least a comment that could be construed as friendly. He's enjoyed his dinner today, she might say when he had diligently cleared away all the food left for him, or if he left most of it, which slowly became more and more frequent. He would often say, sadly, now everything's just been left there again. Although Gregor wasn't able to hear any news directly, he did listen to much of what was said in the next rooms, and Whenever he heard anyone speaking, he would scurry straight to the appropriate door and press his whole body against it. There was seldom any conversation, especially at first, that was not about him in some way, even if only in secret. For 2 whole days, all the talk at every mealtime was about what they should do now. But even between meals, they spoke about the same subject, as there were always at least 2 members of the family at home. Nobody wanted to be at home by themselves, and it was out of the question to leave the flat entirely empty. And on the very first day, the maid had fallen to her knees and begged Gregor's money to let her go without delay. It was not very clear how much she knew of what had happened, but she left within a quarter of an hour, tearfully thanking Gregor's mother for her dismissal, as if she had done her an enormous service. She even swore emphatically not to tell anyone the slightest about what had happened, even though no one had asked that of her. I think I see where this is going.
4, 3, 1, 시작.
Oh, we are going to beat you to death.
관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는 운명이니까요.
소바주. 더 야성적인 깊이로.
얼얼하지?
먹어치워라. 이거 분강 맞지? 필살 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
하나 무언웅정.
빠르게 처리하지.
Alright, that becomes unbreakable. Shit, my bad. Whatever, it's fine. We're just gonna beat you to death.
이쪽이죠.
더 야성적인 깊이로.
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
아,
I desperately need a fucking Tremorigo gift. I need to be able to keep that count above 2, bro.
얼얼하지?
어디 괜찮아. 그것까지 신경 쓰는 건 힘들었겠지.
시작할게요.
Lamau? This is your Phase 2 music?
소바주.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
이거 분강 맞지? 필살 바이올렛.
This is probably the best boss theme in Limbus. Yeah, I said it.
이번에도 멋지게 해냈네.
Owned.
엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
You better fucking believe I'm taking that starlight, bro. I think we should take this, but don't fuse. No, fusing them should be fine, I think. I don't remember how those ego gifts work. Well, time to find out. We explore the hall filled with endless stretches of display cases. The ceiling is so high that we can't even see where it ends. At first, I tried counting how many toy boxes we'd walked past, but we soon lost count. What's this? And came upon an articulated hand model standing proud in its lonesome glory. The fingers are curled into a fist as if to grasp something between them. A knuckle duster. Or maybe we can put that to use if we can manage to pry open the fist? Take it. Ishmael reaches out to take the knuckle. After painstakingly uncurling each finger, Ishmael finally manages to pull free the knuckle etched with the symbol of the middle.
제가 누구 딸인데 이런 걸 못하겠어요.
아름다운 색이네요. 이 작품은 갤러리에 전시해도 되겠어요?
Okay, 3 paragraphs. Now, Gregor's sister also had to help his mother with the cooking, although that was not so much bother as no one ate very much. Gregor often heard how one of them would unsuccessfully urge another to eat and receive no more answer than, "No thanks, I've had enough," or something similar. No one drank very much either. His sister would sometimes ask his father whether he would like a beer, hoping for the chance to go and fetch it herself. When his father then said nothing, she would add, so that he would not feel selfish, that she could send the housekeeper for it. But then his father would close the matter with a big loud no, and no more would be said. Even before the first day had come to an end, his father had explained to Gregor's mother and sister what their finances and prospects were. Now and then he stood up at the table and took some receipt or document from the little cash box he had saved from his business when it had collapsed 5 years earlier. Gregor heard how he opened the complicated lock and then closed it again after he had taken the item he wanted. What he heard his father say was some of the first good news that Gregor heard since he had first been incarcerated in his room. He had thought that nothing at all remained from his father's business, at least he had never told him any different. And Gregor had never asked him about it anyway. Their business misfortune had reduced the family to a total state of disrepair. Dyslexia. Family to a state of total despair, and Gregor's only concern at the time had been to arrange things so that they could all forget about it as quickly as possible. So then he started working especially hard, with a fiery vigor that raised him from a junior salesman to a traveling representative almost overnight, bringing with it the chance to earn money in quite different ways. Gregor converted his success at work straight into cash that he could lay on the table at home for the benefit of his astonished and delighted family. They had been good times and they had never come again. At least not with the same splendor, even though Gregor had later earned so much that he was in a position to bear the cost of the whole family, and did bear them. They had even got used to it, both Gregor and the family. They took the money with gratitude and he was glad to provide it, although there was no longer much warm affection given in return. Gregor only remained close to his sister now. Unlike him, she was very fond of music and a gifted and expressive violinist. It was a secret plan to send her to the conservatory next year, even though it would cause great expense that would have to be made up for in some other way. During Gregor's short periods in town, conversation with his sister would often turn to the conservatory, but it was only ever mentioned as a lovely dream that could never be realized. Their parents did not like to hear this innocent talk, but Gregor thought about it quite hard, and decided he would let them know what he planned with a grand announcement of it on Christmas Day. That was the sort of totally pointless thing that went through his mind in his present state, pressed upright against the door and listening. There were times when he simply became too tired to continue listening, when his head would fall wearily against the door and he would pull it up again with a start, as even the slightest noise he caused would be heard next door and they would all go silent. "What's that he's doing now?" his father would say after a while, clearly having gone over to the door, and only then would the interrupted conversation slowly be taken up again.
하나씩 차근차근 그어서 되갚아보죠.
저건 아르카나의 스프레드에 분명 강한 암시가 걸린 걸 거야. 조심해야 해.
소바주.
That's kind of sad. I wonder if you could view Gregor as some sort of analog for a disabled person, a recently disabled person.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데.
Or, if you really want to get personal, someone who's been recently unemployed.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
매뉴얼을 만들어주길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
時の調子が悪くなっているみたいです。
나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
감상은 어떤가요?
되겠냐고요.
It feels so weird having to rely on bleach sacks for a lot of damage.
차 포장이다. 예상한 것보다 운송이 더 좋구나.
예술적이네요.
직원들이 긍정적인 환경에 놓여 있게 되었어요. 관리자님이 이 기회를 잘 활용하길 기다리겠습니다. 기계는 언제나 기다리는
그대는
운명이
어디까지 가고 있을지.
빈틈 투성이군.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you gain prescript sacks here. You're not going to live for another turn.
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
더 야성적인 깊이로.
아,
자세가 무너졌네.
여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
앞으로 하나.
방금 멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이, 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면
되겠냐고.
승리도 시간 문제겠지?
You can lock these nuts in your mouth, bro.
재밌겠는데?
내내 이백이 심장이 잠깐 저리 neki.
법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
When explaining things, his father repeated himself several times, partly because it was a long time since he had been occupied with these matters himself, and partly because Gregor's mother did not understand everything first time. From these repeated explanations, Gregor learned, to his pleasure, that despite all their misfortunes, there was still some money available from the old days. It was not a lot, but it had not been touched in the meantime, and some interest had accumulated. Besides that, they had not been using up all the money that Gregor had been bringing home every month, keeping only a little for himself, so that, too, had been accumulating. Behind the door, Gregor nodded with enthusiasm and his pleasure at this unexpected thrift and caution. He could have actually used the surplus money to reduce his father's debt to his boss, and the day when he could have freed himself from that job would have come much closer. But now it was certainly better the way his father had done things.
4, 3, 1, 시작.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
차포작이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
개라는 소재를 통과하는 거는
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が
감상은 어떤가요?
I will press you with my attack weight.
한쌍의 상황 볼고 24개의 늑골이 자아내는
자세에
TVI
틀림은
멜로디가.
없군.
빈틈투성이.
빈틈투성이.
이게 심장. 단타님은 매번 기발한 발상을 떠올리시네요.
대가리 딱 떼고
이제 한쌍의 상황 볼고 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TVI 멜로디가. 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아하는 얼마나
I'm trying to think
엄마는 무기라는
of like where this could possibly be going.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었지.
제약
빈틈투성이군.
계획의 굉장히 큰 거.
Is it about
적당히 쉬엄쉬엄
ingratitude?
개체를 꿰뚫었습니다.
The way family and friends will treat you after
입에 달린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
you've become impractical to be around?
남아 있었나 봐.
Or you become an inconvenience in some capacity?
더 야성적인 깊이로.
나라도 그랬을 거야.
얼마만큼은 못하지만
이번에도
녹이면서
잘해줄
뺄
수
있거든.
유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Yeah! Okay, I have 2 ring faction identities on the field. Beauty of the physique. Ooh. Damn. Oh well, not the cleanest run, but we can keep going. This money, however, was certainly not enough to enable the family to live off the interest. It was enough to maintain them for perhaps 1 or 2 years, no more. That's to say, it was money that should not really be touched but set aside for emergencies. Money to live on had to be earned. His father was healthy but old, and lacking in self-confidence. During the 5 years that he had not been working, the first holiday in a life that it would have been full of strain and no success, he had put on a lot of weight and become very slow and clumsy. Would Gregor's elderly mother now have to go and earn money? She suffered from asthma, and it was a strain for her just to move about the home. Every other day would be spent struggling for breath on the sofa by the open window. Would his sister have to go earn money? She was still a child of 17. Her life up until then had been very enviable, consisting of wearing nice clothes, sleeping late, helping out in the business, joining in with a few modest pleasures, and most of all, playing the violin. Whenever they began to talk of the need to earn money, Gregor would always first let go of the door and then throw himself onto the cool leather sofa next to it, as he had become quite hot with shame and regret. He would often lie there the whole time, the whole night through, not sleeping a wink, but scratching at the leather for hours on end. Or he might go to all the effort of pushing a chair to the window, climbing up onto the sill and, propped up in the chair, leaning on the window to stare out of it. He had used to feel a great sense of freedom from doing this, but doing it now was obviously something more remembered than experienced, as what he actually saw in this way was becoming less distinct every day, even things that were quite near. He had used to curse the ever-present view of the hospital across the street, but now he could not see it at all. And if he had not known that he lived in Charlottenstrasse, which was a quiet street despite being in the middle of the city, he could have thought that he was looking out the window at a barren waste where the grey sky and the grey earth mingled inseparably. His observant sister only needed to notice the chair twice before she would always push it back to its exact position by the window after she had tidied up the room, and even left the inner pane of the window open from then on. I suspect that the sister's going to turn out to be some kind of bad person.
느긋하고 여유롭게.
숨겨둔 술을
Oh, hi.
들어놓는
Ruff, ruff.
대가리 딱 떼고
Those karmic consequences can't stop me because I can't read.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
얼얼하지?
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야.
차포잡이라. 예상한 것보다 움직임이 더 좋구나.
더 야성적인 깊이로.
인틈투성이 못한
위에
스틸레이터.
優れた式ですね。
자세가 무너졌네.
모아뭉쳐.
囚人の皆さんの状態に何か変化が。
이
Yeah, this works.
재밌겠는데?
자세가 무너졌니? 자세가 무너졌니?
내 죄는 내가 알아서 처리한다.
Impasto.
이거 건강 맞지? 옳다.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레토.
You're getting attack weighted.
효율적인
never mind.
대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
Yeah, okay. Can't believe I have to do this shit manually.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
She gonna stagger? Oh yeah, okay.
레이저. 아니야.
Time to put this doggy down.
조심해. 마이너라고
빠르게
해도
처리하지.
생각보다 더 할 수 있으니까. 내가 응원해줄게. 운명의 기운이 공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네.
앞으로 하나.
신개팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
더 야성적인 깊이로.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
I'm still not sure how I feel about her. The tits are massive indeed, but damn. A lot of baggage associated with it. Oh god, what am I talking about?
불만을 해소해준 보람을
I don't even get to Furiosa you, do I?
지금처럼 접대를 성공적으로 이끌다
그대는
보니
어디까지 가고
앞으로
있을지.
더 많은 층을 개방하고 더 많은 보조사서의 도움을 받을 수 있을 거야.
이거 건강 맞지? 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
자세가 무너졌니? 자세가 무너졌니?
아차!
Die to the dot, die to the dot, die to the dot!
지리멸렬.
이번에도 잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네.
Is it weird that I like seeing things die mid-animation because of dot?
알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지.
It's a very satisfying feeling, I would say.
세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
Oh, fuck! I'm gonna take it. Yeah. It's always funny because you expect them to reset, and then instead they exploded the chunks. I don't feel so good. Summoning, sinking, and bleed. And charge, I guess. What floors would be acceptable to run then? Oh, blade and artwork. Duh. And these are all skill 1 based, so that probably wouldn't be the best idea to run that. The charge count gain 1 defense level with every clash. That could be good. Why not? Why not? If Gregor had only been able to speak to his sister and thank her for all that she had to do for him, it would have been easier for him to bear it, but as it was, it caused him pain. His sister, naturally, tried as far as possible to pretend there was nothing burdensome about it. And the longer it went on, of course, the better she was able to do so. But as time went by, Gregor was also able to see through it all so much better. It had even become very unpleasant for him now whenever she entered the room. No sooner had she come in than she would quickly close the door as a precaution, so that no one would have to suffer the view into Gregor's room. Then she would go straight to the window and pull it hurriedly open, almost as if she were suffocating. Even if it was cold, she would stay at the window breathing deeply for a little while. She would alarm Gregor twice a day with this running about and noise-making. He would stay under the couch shivering the whole while, knowing full well that she would have certainly liked to spare him this ordeal, but it was impossible for her to be in the same room with him with the windows closed. Damn, that's just sad.
4, 3, 2, 1, 시작. 마음 둘 안. 아비들도 매번 이런 식이었다. 지가 내킬 때만 잘해줬지.
감상은 어떤가요? 하나.
더 야성적인 깊이로.
징계팀에서 다 무너뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요. 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 재밌네. 난 너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄 해도 괜찮을 텐데.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지.
얼마만큼은 못하지만 녹이면서 뵐수 있거든.
하지만 그래봤자 거야. 대가리 딱 떼도 이제 싱수에선 벗어났네?
빈틈 투성이군. 자세가 무너졌네. 자세가 무너졌네.
敵は深手を負っています
You better fucking pray that this Furioso doesn't come up.
재밌겠는데?
Overall, I think Ringfather is a lot more reliable in ID than fucking Rienzong.
해골바가지 거미 대가리 차!
It's not to say that Rienzong is like
자비의
worse. It's just Ringfather seems to have more opportunities to pop the fuck off.
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요. 관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠. 저는 언제나 옳은 말만 한답니다. 엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
이번에도
제일
멋지게
뛰어난 게
해냈네.
검이었고.
엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
애착을 갖고 들여다볼 가치가 있는 예술이었다.
Really? Not even event exclusive? Alright. One day, about a month after Gregor's transformation, when his sister no longer had any particular reason to be shocked at his appearance, she came into the room a little earlier than usual and found him still staring out the window, motionless, and just where he would be most horrible. In itself, his sister's not coming into the room would have been no surprise for Gregor, as it would have been difficult for her to immediately open the window while he was still there. But not only did she not come in, she went straight back and closed the door behind her. A stranger would have thought that he had threatened her and tried to bite her. Gregor went straight to hide himself under the couch, of course, but he had to wait until midday before his sister came back, and she seemed much more uneasy than usual. It made him realize that she still found his appearance unbearable, and would continue to do so. She probably even had to overcome the urge to flee when she saw the little bit of him that protruded from under the couch. One day, in order to spare her even this sight, he spent 4 hours carrying the bedsheet over to the couch on his back, and arranged it so that he was completely covered and his sister would not be able to see him even if she bent down. If she did not think the sheet was necessary, then all she had to do was take it off again, as it was clear enough that it was no pleasure for Gregor to cut himself off so completely. She left the sheet where it was. Gregor even thought he glimpsed a look of gratitude one time when he carefully looked out from under the sheet to see how his sister liked the new arrangement. I believe we're going to stop halfway through the reading for this week. It's fine. 4 hours to read 17 pages, goddamn. To be fair, I'm also playing video games. But, you know.
마음 둘 만
아비들도 매번 이런 식이었다. 직원 내킬 때만 잘해줬지.
재밌겠는데? 옳다.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
운명의 기운이 공명하는 것 같아. 그 공격을 선택한 건 좋았던 것 같네.
얼얼하지? 관리자님은 그래도 어디에 누구누구처럼 직원들을 사지로 내밀진 않네.
아, 여기서 무선 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
스틸레이터.
効果的な攻撃でした。
으타! 더 먹어 치워라!
適した攻撃でなくとも最善の選択だったはずです。
대가리 딱 떼고
슬픈 다섯. 다들
자세가 무너졌네.
첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다
자세가 무너졌네.
정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도
빈틈 투성이군.
감회가 새로워요.
스틸레이터.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Oh, Limau?
제압 계획의 규모가 너무 큰 거 아니야?
한 쌍의 상황을 보다
적당히 쉬운
24개의
시험에도
듣고는
괜찮지.
자아내는 티니아의 멜로디가
ヘネックなならずくれすっこや。このままいけば敵を食い止められます。
Just fucking kill him, bro.
더 있나? 있다면 빠르게 처리하자.
사실 마법 소녀들은 항상 인력난에
저
시달리거든.
부숴줄 테다.
너희만 괜찮다면 혹시 우리를 도와줘?
여기 심장이
아니야.
이번에도 멋지게 해냈네.
선택의 순간이
엔젤라님에게
필요하니까.
잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어.
내가 정할 순 없겠네.
당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데
아쉽다.
일조할 거예요.
그치?
같은 그럴듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
For the first 14 days, Gregor's parents could not bring themselves to come into the room to see him. He would often hear them say how they appreciated all the new work his sister was doing, even though, before, they had seen her as a girl who was somewhat useless and frequently been annoyed with her. But now the two of them, father and mother, would often both wait outside the door of Gregor's room while his sister tidied up in there. And as soon as she went out again, she would have to tell them exactly how everything looked, what Gregor had eaten, how he had behaved this time, and whether perhaps any slight improvement could be seen. His mother also wanted to go in and visit Gregor relatively soon, but his father and sister at first persuaded her against it. Gregor listened very closely to all this and approved fully. Later, though, she had to be held back by force, which made her call out, "Let me go and see Gregor. He is my unfortunate son. Can't you understand? I have to see him." And Gregor would think to himself that maybe it would be better if his mother came in. Not every day, of course, but one day a week, perhaps. She could understand everything much better than his sister, who, for all her courage, was still just a child after all, and really might not have had an adult's appreciation of the burdensome job she had taken on.
사랑과 정의 이름으로 지금 이곳에 등장!
This is becoming a harder read.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 아, 실수로 주셨더라도
감상은 어떤가요?
상관없어요. 한 번 베푼 이상 낙장 불입이랍니다.
둘.
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
방금 멋졌어.
자세가 무너졌니?
너희들의 사랑의 힘이
감사도.
빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
대가리 딱 떼고
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레이터.
얼려라지.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
타기니 행가가 미라르만
나도 녹이면서 뵐 수 있거든.
대가리 딱 떼고 이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
깨라는 소재를 통달한다면
다들
자세가
첫
무너졌니?
여정을 시작했을 때보다
자세가 무너졌니?
정말 강해지셨네요. 매일 보아왔는데도 지금은 감회가 새로워요.
모분조토 역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는 꿈인데 저 도야지 같은 새끼
Front row. Fast moment.
얼려라지.
자세가
무파업을
무너졌니?
이제야 좀 이해했고
자세가 무너졌니?
번째 완료.
에리도베레 다나미노이드마데
몰라 열받고 이러면 안 되겠다.
If you survive this turn,
이 풍진 세상에서 힘껏 살아가느라 수고 많으셨어요.
you're gonna fucking regret it.
봐,
두 마음을 모방하겠어.
그 끝에 고요한 휴식이 있길.
그에게 그가 선택받았어.
Death.
이제
딸아이의
신
상처를
수에선
기억하고 있으면
벗어나는
이번에도
그게.
잘해줬어. 유익한 책이 또 하나 늘었네. 도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다 보면 언젠간 반드시 찾을 수 있겠지. 세상의 모든 것이 담긴 단 하나의 책을.
You're saying I can only pick one? Damn. fuck it. Oh, damn it! Alright, Ring 80s now deal 40% additional damage. Alright. Gregor's wish to see his mother was soon realized. Out of consideration for his parents, Gregor wanted to avoid being seen at the window during the day. The few square meters of the floor did not give him much room to crawl about. It was hard to just lie quietly through the night. His food soon stopped giving him any pleasure at all, and so, to entertain himself, he got into the habit of crawling up and down the walls and ceiling. He was especially fond of hanging from the ceiling. It was quite different from lying on the floor. He could breathe more freely. His body had a light swing to it, and up there, relaxed and almost happy. It might happen that he would surprise even himself by letting go of the ceiling and landing on the floor with a crash. But now, of course, he had far better control of his body than before, and, even with a fall as great as that, caused himself no damage. Very soon his sister noticed Gregor's new way of entertaining himself. He had, after all, left traces of the adhesive from his feet as he crawled about, and got it into her head to make it as easy as possible for him by removing the furniture that got in his way, especially the chest of drawers and the desk. Now, this was not something that she would be able to do all by herself. She did not dare to ask for help from her father. The 16-year-old maid had carried on bravely since the cook had left, but she certainly would not have helped in this. She had even asked to be allowed to keep the kitchen locked at all times, and never have to open the door unless it was especially important. So his sister had no choice but to choose some time when Gregor's father was not there and fetch his mother to help her. As she approached the room, Gregor could hear his mother express her joy. Once at the door, she went silent. First, of course, his sister came in and looked around to see that everything in the room was all right, and only then did she let her mother enter. Gregor had hurriedly pulled the sheet down lower over the couch and put more folds into it so that everything really looked as if it had just been thrown down by chance. Gregor also refrained this time from spying out from under the sheet. He gave up the chance to see his mother until later, and was simply glad that she had come. "You can come in. He can't be seen," said his sister, obviously leading her in by the hand. The old chest of drawers was too heavy for a pair of feeble women to be heaving about, but Gregor listened as they pushed it from its place. His sister always taking on the heaviest part of the work for herself, and ignoring her mother's warnings that she would strain herself. This lasted a very long time. After laboring at it for 15 minutes or more, his mother said it would be better to leave the chest where it was. For one thing, it was too heavy for them to get the job finished before Gregor's father got home, and leaving it in the middle of the room would be in his way even more. And for another thing, it wasn't even sure that taking the furniture away would really be any help to him. She thought just the opposite. The sight of the bare walls saddened her right to her heart. And why wouldn't Gregor feel the same way about it? He had been used to this furniture in his room for a long time, and it would make him feel abandoned to be in an empty room like that. Then, quietly, almost whispering as if wanting Gregor, whose whereabouts she did not know, to hear not even the tone of her voice, as she was convinced that he did not understand her words, she added, "And by taking the furniture away, won't it seem like we're showing that we've given up all hope of improvement, and we're abandoning him to cope for himself? I think it'd be best to leave the room exactly the way it was before, so that when Gregor comes back to us again, he'll find everything unchanged, and he'll be able to forget the time in between all the easier." Hearing these words from his mother made Gregor realize that the lack of any direct human communication, along with the monotonous life led by the family during these 2 months, must have made him confused. He could think of no other way of explaining to himself why he had seriously wanted his room emptied out. Had he really wanted to transform his room into a cave? A warm room fitted out with the nice furniture he had inherited? That would have let him crawl around unimpeded in any direction, but it would also have let him quickly forget his past when he had still been human. He had come very close to forgetting, and it had only been the voice of his mother, unheard for so long, that had shaken him out of it. Nothing should be removed. Everything had to stay. He could not do without the good influence the furniture had on his condition. And if the furniture made it difficult for him to crawl about mindlessly, that was not a loss, but a great advantage. Why are we reading philosophy? We are reading the Metamorphosis, the source material from which our beloved Bugman Gregor is from.
저건 아르카나의 스프레드에 분명 강한 암시가 걸린 걸 거야. 조심해야 해.
차 부숴줄 테다.
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가.
이제 싱 수에선 벗어났나?
I'm wondering
기적해 찾아자
whether his mother or his sister is more correct in this situation. And I suppose that depends on how you perceive Gregor's situation. Gregor seems to be becoming more comfortable with what he's become. But is that a good thing? If it is, then his sister's doing the right thing. But if it isn't a good thing that he's becoming a bug, then his mother's doing the right thing, I think.
저희에게도 이런 힘을 베풀어 주시다니 마음씨가 넓은 분이실까요? 아, 실수로 주셨더라도 상관없어요. 한 번 베푼 이상 낙장 불입이랍니다.
빠르게 처리하지.
I have a feeling that whoever wrote Limbus Company has been through shit to even want to read the Metamorphosis. I think the joke that's been going around for a long time now is that KJH has a bad relationship with his mom.
당신을 소재로 써보고 싶습니다.
유쾌하게 그대 선택받았으니 나비 교환 예술적이네요.
As a jive, it's not actually a significantly good or bad thing. Well, if it's not a good or a bad thing that Gregor has become a bug, and that it's simply just him proceeding on with his life. First of all, you could make the argument that him turning into a bug in the first place and not feeling too bad about it is a good thing. But if we somehow are able to accept that it's simply something that happened to him, then it becomes a matter of why isn't his family even trying to accept it? Or rather, why aren't they trying to give Gregor any say in this? They have already assumed that he is simply incapable of communication. Which to me communicates to me that they have never actually paid any attention to the wants of Gregor in the first place from before that time. Which is probably implied by this statement of him being the sole provider since his father failed his business. To be honest, I've been in those shoes before, in that, not necessarily in that my family was unemployed, but when I was going through cancer, I still had to be taking classes because the financial aid I was receiving for those classes, for doing those classes, was being done to prevent us from being homeless while I was being treated for cancer. But this ain't about me. This is about the Bugman.
관리자님은 그래도 어디에 무근무구처럼 직원들을 사지로 내몰진 않나. 징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었는데.
What's to say there isn't a little bug in all of us?
형 누나들이랑 비슷한 느낌이네요. 아, 그러니까 어디가 비슷하냐면 힘을 얻은 분들 특유의 분위기가 똑 닮았답니다.
Oh, this man's gonna get fucking furiosoed.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 지금이다. 대골 바가지 거미 대가리.
I would say I think thus far the interpretation of the Metamorphosis hinges entirely on your own worldview of how people's lives should be lived relative to the expectations of family and coworkers and even, well, not even friends, just family and coworkers. No, my fucking thing!
빠르게 처리하지.
이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
나는 진정한 왕으로.
And he just healed all that shit back because I inflicted so much on him. I think he healed based on bleed attacks.
뛰어난 병사라도 적재적소에 쓰지 않는 무위무능한 법. 우선 전함부터 살피지.
천국 정도는 읽었다. 나머지는 칼을 휘두를 일하는가.
Ah, fuck it, let's go.
소바주.
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티리아의 멜로디가.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
지금부터 주제를 기구일 수 모든 걸 들어모아 삼천대천.
I unfortunately won't finish the Metamorphosis this week, but I will finish it next week. And when I do, I will be eager to hear your thoughts on it.
빠르게 처리하지.
Oh, Cassetti, I'm going to turn you into a fucking chair.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다. 그럼 안녕히.
안아, 울때 심지. 뼈이란 빈
And I'm gonna Furioso you while I'm at it. Fucking hell, man.
이게 그대를 선택받았어. 딸아이고 이 상처를 기억하고 있으면 좋겠구려.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
Let me think. Well, I guess we're taking this. Alright, we're bleed searching this floor. His sister, unfortunately, did not agree. She'd become used to the idea, not without reason, that she was Gregor's spokesman to his parents about the things that concerned him. This meant that his mother's advice now was sufficient reason for her to insist on removing not only the chest of drawers and the desk, as she had thought at first, but all the furniture apart from the all-important couch. It was more than childish perversity, of course, or the unexpected confidence that she had recently acquired that made her insist. She had indeed noticed that Gregor needed a lot of room to crawl about in, whereas the furniture, as far as anyone could see, was of no use to him at all. Girls of that age, though, do become enthusiastic about things and feel they must get their way whenever they can. Perhaps this was what tempted Greta to make Gregor's situation seem even more shocking than it was, so that she could do even more for him. Greta would probably be the only one who would dare enter a room dominated by Gregor crawling about the bare walls by himself. So she refused to let her mother dissuade her. Gregor's mother already looked uneasy in his room. She soon stopped speaking and helped Gregor's sister get the chest of drawers out with what strength she had. The chest of drawers was something that Gregor could do without if he had to, but the writing desk had to stay. Hardly had the two women pushed the chest of drawers, groaning, out of the room than Gregor poked his head out from under the couch to see what he could do about it. He meant to be as careful and considerate as he could, but unfortunately, it was his mother who came back first, while Greta in the next room had her arms around the chest, pushing and pulling at it from side to side by herself without, of course, moving it an inch. His mother was not used to the sight of Gregor. He might have made her ill, so Gregor hurried backward to the far end of the couch. In his startlement, though, he was not able to prevent the sheet at its front from moving a little. It was enough to attract his mother's attention. She stood very still, remained there a moment, and then went back out to Greta. Let me ask you. If you turned into a bug man, would you want your family to empty out your room so you could crawl around the walls and the floor and the ceiling? Would you like that, Mr. Bugman?
클리포트 억지력을 약화시켰어. 이건 어쩔 수 없는 거야, 관리자님. 엔젤라님의 명령이거든. 나는 되도록
Is this for all the "if I was a worm, would you love me" came from? Perhaps not strictly through Kafka, but it is a certain idea that has probably proliferated to the human psyche at some point. In many of us.
진짜 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아 있었나 봐.
대가 딱 떼고
너희가 좀 더 어설플 거라고 생각했거든.
자세가 무너졌네. 자세가 무너졌네. 다음에 당신을
Attack wave?
수제로 써보고 싶습니다.
Hell yeah.
24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티리아의 멜로디가
적에게 치명상을 입혔군요.
한
관리자님은
He's demolishing things.
대단한 능력을
티리아의
가지고
멜로디가
있다고 제가 늘
지금
말씀드렸죠.
완전 삼촌들이랑
저는
동물애
언제나
같았어.
옳은 말만 한답니다.
대가리 딱 떼도
더 야성적인 깊이로.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이야.
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
이제 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티리아의 멜로디가
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前で
이제 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티리아의 멜로디가
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
Oh, I'm lusting it. I'm lusting it so good.
빠르게 처리하지.
I say as I actively don't pick a lust skill.
지금이다. 해골바가 거미 대가리. 차! 이거 분강 맞지?
더 야성적인 깊이로. 자세가 무너졌네. 자세가 무너졌네.
I think I have a Furiosa already. I might have miscounted though. Death.
한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티리아의 멜로디가
방금
허술하군.
멋졌어. 너희들의 사랑의 힘이 빛의 힘이 저
한 쌍의
어둡고 악한
상황골과
아르카나들을
24개의 늑골이
뒤흔들었어.
자아내는 티리아의
이러면
멜로디가
승리도 시간
Yeah, I miscounted. Oh well.
빠르게 처리하지.
The weight of my attack shall scar thy DNA.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
이거 분강 맞지? 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
자세가 무너졌네. 자세가 무너졌네.
Would you still love me if I turned into a sentient stick of lumpia?
유쾌하게
빈틈 투성이군.
A sentient stick of lumpia.
상스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
앞차!
아비규환
지루하고
이번에도 잘해줬어.
하지만 이런
Yes.
시시한 전투에도
유익한 책이 또
긴장감을
하나
불어넣어줄
늘었네.
비장의 예술이 하나 있지.
도시에는 내가 모르는 것들이 많아. 이렇게 하나씩 알아가다
박수갈치는
보면
언제 보낼 생각이지?
언젠간 반드시 찾을 수
Fucking
있겠지.
guitars make me
세상의
go
모든 것이
crazy.
담긴
I'd be the Paimon.
단 하나 있지.
Emergency rations. I hear that's paying off soon.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게
Gregor kept trying to assure himself that nothing unusual was happening. It was just a few pieces of furniture being moved, after all. But he soon had to admit that the women going to and fro, their little calls to each other, the scraping of the furniture on the floor, all these things made him feel as if he were being assailed from all sides. With his head and legs pulled in against him and his body pressed to the floor, he was forced to admit to himself that he could not stand all of this much longer. They were emptying his room out, taking away everything that was dear to him. They had already taken out the chest containing his fret saw and other tools. Now they threatened to remove his writing desk, with its place clearly worn into the floor. The desk where he had done his homework as a business trainee at high school, even while he had been at infant school. He really could not wait any longer to see whether the two women's intentions were good. He had nearly forgotten they were there anyway, as they were now too tired to say anything while they worked, and he could only hear their feet as they stepped heavily on the floor.
대가리 딱 떼고
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했군.
한 쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
효율적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
재밌겠는데?
들리세요? 한
Perish.
쌍의 상황볼과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
자세가 무너졌네. 자세가 무너졌네. 빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터. 허술하군.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일
되겠냐고요.
뛰어난 건 검이었고. 자,
예술적인
악당 퇴치 성공! 오늘도 정말 멋진 활약이었어. 내일도 꼭 불러주기야. 세상이 평화로워지는 건 기쁜 거야. 근데 내일도 지금처럼 조용하려나?
So, while the women were leaned against the desk in the other room, catching their breath, he sallied out, changed direction 4 times, not knowing what he should say first before his attention was suddenly caught by the picture on the wall, which was already denuded of everything else that had been on it, of the lady dressed in copious fur. He hurried up to the picture, onto the picture, and pressed himself against its glass. It held him firmly and felt good on his hot belly. This picture, at least, now totally covered by Gregor, would certainly be taken away by no one. He turned his head to face the door into the living room so he could watch the women when they came back. This painting of a woman feels really good and warm up against my stomach. I am Roachman. What did Kafka mean by this?
자, 부숴줄 테다.
먹어치워라.
ドクターのように優れた術ですね。
자세 틀림은 없군. 이거 분강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
옳다.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
매뉴얼을 만들어두길 잘했네. 그렇게만 해.
얼려라지. 아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
무아몽정.
조용하지? 언제 봐도 믿기지 않아. 이렇게나 조용한 곳이 곧 아비규환으로 변할 거란 사실이.
빠르게 처리하지.
Fool, I have attack weight. I will now attack all of your body parts.
방금 멋졌어.
자세가 무너졌니?
너희들의 사랑이
Oh, it's dead.
이번에도 멋지게 해냈네.
악한 아르카나들을
엔젤라님에게
뒤흔들었어.
잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어.
이대로면 승리도
당신의
시간
노고는
문제겠지?
이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
They had not allowed themselves a long rest and came back quite soon. Greta had put her arm around her mother and was nearly carrying her. What shall we take now, then? Said Greta and looked around. Her eyes met those of Gregor on the wall. Perhaps only because her mother was there, she remained calm, bent her face to her so that she would not look round, and said, albeit hurriedly, and with a tremor in her voice, "Come on, let's go back in the living room for a while." Gregor could see what Greta had in mind. She wanted to take her mother somewhere safe and then chase him down from the wall. Well, she could certainly try it. He sat unyielding on his picture. He would rather jump at Greta's face.
마지막까지 발버둥 칠 수밖에.
누가 화났을 땐 이렇게
This is gonna go so bad for them.
숨어 있어야 해.
소바지.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
이거 건강 맞지?
그중에 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
아, 여기선 이런 공격이 잘 먹히는군요.
으타! 먹어 치워라!
얼려라지.
징계팀에서 다 망가뜨린 줄 알았는데 멀쩡한 장비가 남아있었나 봐.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
새삼스럽지만 꽤 괜찮네. 제법이야.
한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가.
자세가 무너졌니? 자비에 감사하다.
무아몽정.
이루어질 수 없는 힘은
빠르게
그렇게
처리하지.
흔적조차 남지 않은 힘은 모두 나의 바람의 뜻이.
한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이
저기 건너
자아내는
도움 또한
티비아의 멜로디가.
오늘
빈틈 투성이군.
이제 수에선 벗어나는
스틸레터.
이제 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가.
God bless attack weight.
큰거 아니야? 적당히 쉬엄쉬엄해도 괜찮을 텐데.
옳다.
얼려라지.
해냈구나. 나라도 그랬을 거야. 방금 멋졌어.
예술적.
너희들의 사랑의 힘이, 빛의 힘이 저 어둡고 악한 아르카나들을 뒤흔들었어. 이대로면 승리도 시간 문제겠지?
자, 부숴줄 테다.
빈틈 투성이군. 스틸레터.
I feel like the top damage numbers are just gonna be Yisung and fucking Honglu here. And then maybe Meursault. Meursault? Meursault. Meursault. More salt. I'm fucking tired, guys. I'm probably gonna end the stream as soon as I finish this page.
적인 대처로 개체를 꿰뚫었습니다. 참고로 기계는 입에 발린 말 따위 쉽게 하지 않아요.
들리세요? 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TBI의 멜로디가 다들 첫 여정을 시작했을 때보다 한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TBI의 멜로디가
적에게 치명성을 입혔군요.
감회가 새로워요.
관리자님은 당신이 생각하는 것보다 대단한 능력을 갖추고 있다고 제가 늘 말씀드렸죠.
Oh, look at that, a Furioso.
저는 언제나
Will he get to pull it off?
남편입니다.
Probably.
재밌겠는데?
Gotcha drains my mental strength to sleep fatigue. I just had a really long day. I walked like 6 miles.
한 쌍의 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TBI의 멜로디가
우와, 지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 고무대 같았어.
I feel like a Ring Father solo run would go so fucking hard.
가장 새빨간 지옥세계 피하라.
이게 심장이 역정의 마음을 모방하겠어.
Oh, you're going to hell. You're going directly to hell. Goodbye.
제한 종료. 딸아이도 이 상처를 기억하고 있으면 좋겠구려.
이번에도 멋지게 해냈네. 엔젤라님에게 잔뜩 칭찬을 들었겠어? 당신의 노고는 이곳을 좀 더 멋지게 바꾸는데 일조할 거예요. 같은 그럴듯해 보이지만 하나도 재미없는 소리 말이야.
That was not worth it. I should have gone for the... I got greedy. But Greta's words had made her mother quite worried. She stepped to one side, saw the enormous brown patch against the flowers of the wallpaper, and before she even realized that it was Gregor that she saw, screamed, "Oh God! Oh God!" Arms outstretched, she fell onto the couch as if she had given up everything and stayed there immobile. "Gregor!" shouted his sister, glowering at him and shaking her fist. That was the first word she had spoken to him directly since his transformation. She ran into the other room to fetch some kind of smelling salts to bring her mother out of her faint. Gregor wanted to help too. He could save his picture later, although he stuck fast in the glass and had to pull himself off by force. Then he too ran into the next room, as if he could advise his sister like in the old days. But he had to just stand behind her doing nothing. She was looking into various bottles. He startled her when she turned around. A bottle fell to the ground and broke. A splinter cut Gregor's face. Some kind of caustic medicine splashed all over him. Now, without delaying any longer, Greta took hold of all the bottles she could and ran with them into her mother. She slammed the door shut with her foot. So now Gregor was shut off from his mother who, because of him, might be near to death. He could not open the door if he did not want to chase his sister away, and she had to stay with his mother. There was nothing for him to do but wait. And, oppressed with anxiety and self-reproach, he began to crawl about. He crawled over everything. Walls, furniture, ceiling. And finally, in his confusion, as the whole room began to spin around him, he fell down into the middle of the dinner table. He lay there for a while, numb and immobile. All around him it was quiet. Maybe that was a good sign. Then there was someone at the door. The maid, of course, had locked herself in her kitchen so that Greta would have to go and answer it. His father had arrived home. "What's happened?" were his first words. Greta's appearance must have made everything clear to him. She answered him with subdued voice, and openly pressed her face into his chest. "Mother's fainted, but she's better now." Gregor got out. "Just as I expected," said his father. "Just as I always said, but you women wouldn't listen, would you?" It was clear to Gregor that Greta had not said enough, and that his father took it to mean that something bad had happened, that he was responsible for some act of violence. That meant Gregor would now have to try to calm his father, as he did not have the time to explain things to him, even if that had been possible. So he fled to the door of his room and pressed himself against it so that his father, when he came in from the hall, could see straight away that Gregor had the best intentions, and would go back into his room without delay, so that it would not be necessary to drive him back. but that they had only to open the door and he would disappear. I think that's a good place to stop for tonight. We'll finish the Metamorphosis next week. This is heavier than I was expecting. I was already expecting it to be heavy, but it was heavier than I could have anticipated. And I don't know. It gives you a lot to consider. Well, anyway, tomorrow, Mirror's Edge. Please look forward to it. It'll be in about 13 hours from now. So just enough time for me to go to bed, have breakfast, or whatever, you know. Anyway, please take care of yourselves, everyone. Good night.